Good evening, everybody. I know I'm late well, probably within the usual time for a Friday, but late for a normal broadcast. It's been, it's not been a bad day, but it has been a bit of I don't know, it's been a gloomy day for no particularly good reasons. It's entirely me just feeling sorry for myself about some stuff. But I'd rather not have that um, come through on the broadcast. And for that reason, Book of Hours is a good fit because it's a game that makes me happy. Um, yeah, there's not too much to say. Books are the memory which does not die, inscribed in 5 languages over the gate of Hush House. Go quietly. Book of Hours is a forgiving sort of game. If you're worried you might be stuck, there's usually another way. Um, So there's a few details about the Eason update coming out. So I think there's a sort of a hotkey for um, order forms. There was another one. You know what? I can probably bring up. Oh, you know what? Maybe I can. Let me just see here. Right, there's a bit of localization. Oh, actually, this is something that we're saying. So somebody did actually look up the localization information, and this is one of the bits of information that came out today. So there's a note that says So there's a recommendation which apparently is being added to Eason, which says. We recommend starting a new game after you switch languages. Switching mid-game can cause issues with the display of some text. And then there's sort of an English and lorem ipsum sign. So there will not be localization into Cicero, sadly. But apparently there will be the 3 languages that are currently being translated are Chinese, Japanese, and Russian. There's a question here, so I'm really just quoting the Reddit here. Hello, Curid. You can actually stick around. Sorry, Curid. Curid, good to see you, and I'm glad that you can stick around. There's going to be some time where we just kind of while the days away between Numa, but I'm going to do my best to keep those days full, and then if I have to, I'll speed through the day if I need. But we'll see where it all goes. But yeah, so the localization will be Chinese, Japanese, and Russian. Will we see a translation into French, German, Brazilian, Portuguese, Hausa? I actually don't know that language. Let me just see. Xhosa. One of the official languages of South Africa and Zimbabwe, and Basque. It'll depend on how well the first round of localization does and how promising other options look. I'm a professional translator and I want to offer my services to translate it into my native language. Answer, do by all means email us at contact@weatherfactory.biz. Lottie keeps all of the translation pitches on file. We usually prefer to work with teams because it's easier to handle later updates in QA, but we have made at least one exception. I want to volunteer to translate into my native language for free. So we've had a lot of these offers, and the answer is always we don't accept volunteer work for both pragmatic and moral reasons. Plus, we have a lot of work to do on our end, and even if we get a flawlessly translated set of COSA JSON files, but as above, we're very happy for people to do fan translations if they like, and we plan to host them on Steam Workshop when we get the bandwidth. Does this mean more general modding is coming? Emphatically zero promises. It's just a much less moddable sort of game than Cultist. The answer remains maybe someday. And it is fair to say, I was going to say, it is also fair to say that there are 2 ways to take this, and I'm probably going to regret framing this the way that I have. My experience with Weather Factory has been that they tend to surprise on the upside. So I was sort of under the impression that the mod support for Book of Hours, or for Cultist Simulator, was sort of added, and then, and then that would be it. But it was considerably expanded. And there, even while Book of Hours was sort of in full swing, there were still some updates that were made. Hello, Selphea. Very good to see you. I'm glad I have not completely... I was actually very delighted by all of the plays that came up in your chat. I was just being silly when I referred to the one that that I was thinking of, but I hope you are well. But anyways, so yeah, I don't know. Sorry, I'm just totally... I got sidetracked by reading a comment, and I'm like, I think this is not intended to be as mean as it sounds, but it kind of seemed mean. It wasn't to me, it was just something that somebody was replying to on the Reddit. But anyways, but yeah, so again, usually, and I have to suspect maybe this is just good PR, but I think Weather Factory is very careful in terms of when they talk about things that they are going to do. And as a result, when it comes out, it is usually better than what you expect. And this is one of the reasons why I feel very reluctant in terms of saying, well, my experience so far has been, they tend to surprise on the upside. Because what does that serve other than to, push counter to what what their plans are, right? Like, so the problem with saying something like that is, it could mean anything, and I am not affiliated with Weather Factory. So, in the end, if somebody's imagination gets the better of them, then I'm now the jerk for raising expectations too high. And if it does wind up being a surprise on the upside, okay, great, but did anybody really need to know ahead of time of that? But I feel like it's just sort of worth saying that. I think the fact that they've said, it's these 3 languages to start, I think they really mean it when they say to start. So if the localization goes well, if it's viable for them to do more, I suspect we will see more. But as always, it's worth remembering that this is a core team of 2 people, and then the contractors. And there have been a couple of photos of the Weather Factory offices with all of the houseplants, and there's a lot of stuff in there. Like you can see all of the merchandise for things like the Church of Merch, and there's a ton of stuff that's getting added this year, right? The notebook, the necklace, there was another one. Oh, the coloring book, and presumably the stained glass tarot as well. And that's something that somebody needs to keep on top of. Someone needs to design, someone needs to make sure that what is made is of sufficient quality. And all of that is going to be stuff that, comes at a cost of something else. Time is a scarce resource. What you put when you put time towards watching my, channel, that means that you don't have time to, go for a jog, get groceries or whatever. I mean, obviously we have like mobile, so there's a little bit of give and take there. But yeah, it's worth remembering that I would probably, I'm optimistic in terms of what the future will bring. But just in case I've put people down the wrong path in terms of saying that Weather Factory tends to surprise on the upside, do just remember that it is 2 people who are managing physical merchandise as well as the digital offerings. And I really only said that because I kind of regretted saying that they surprise on the upside. I don't know. I like saying nice things about the developer where I can, but it occurred to me there's really no other one. There's also apparently a very minor, well-hidden treasure, Black Dove Wine, and that is coming on to the beta this month. May already be on the beta. I don't know, but anyways, I'm gonna be quiet and jump into Book of Hours. Now, Sophia, I'm going to be returning to my main broadcast. I'm going to be returning to my main playthrough on this one. So that's with the house all unlocked. But well, I know you prefer to lurk, and I am grateful for your lurk. If there is something that's unclear, I'm actually at a point where I'm sort of waiting on the next Numa to come by. And I have a bit less to do because I've read all of the books twice now, and I don't really think I have the opportunity to sort of boost as much as I thought I did. So there's going to be a little bit more downtime in between the seasons, and that's just an opportunity to encourage people to ask a bunch of questions if they're interested. Oh, well, thank you, Sophie. I also want to take a quick second here to shout out Selphia, who's an Australian broadcaster, has been reminding people that she'll be playing Cult of the Lamb on the weekend, I believe. But has been playing a lot of time at my time on Sandrock, but definitely counts as a variety streamer, and a true variety streamer. I would say that they're almost in the same spot as I am with Book of Hours, where you may be nominally a variety streamer, but the game that you keep centering on is one that people maybe begin to start thinking that you just do that game. So Sylvia does a lot of Sandrock, and it is a lot of fun to watch Sylvia play Sandrock, but lots of games there, lots of very good games, and did kind of comment that there is this cluster of very relaxed streamers that tend to hang out there, or get raided or raid or otherwise help out. So there's no point in you asking a question because you don't actually know how the game works at all. See the aforementioned lurking, and also the game has been quite advanced since I watched. Yeah, no, that's fair. And I'll do it too. One of the reasons why I like to solicit questions like that is just because it is easy for me to forget what I was like when I first played the game. And I do sometimes worry about being too repetitive when I say I'm doing this so that I can have, this thing happen. But it's actually very helpful for people who are not familiar with the game for me to say that every once in a while. So it's my job to sort of keep track of where the overall knowledge level is. But it's just really it's really for me when I encourage people to ask questions, and for that reason I never feel too I never feel too bad if they don't come in. Okay, so we have a visitor. So in this case, the Grove of Great Immortals has asked me to look into this, and this is the Friar's Tapestry. I don't think we can actually bring up the full description of the event, but that's fine. So, I had to manage Galmier's reincorporation up in the mountains by the Grove. I wish I'd known these techniques back then. It was the most difficult thing I've ever done, and I think she'll most likely return to the Mansis anyway. Although, at least I can tease her that she smells of hummus. Now, I don't remember this last bit, but probably just not paying attention. Okay. So there's a couple of things that I wanted to get through today just for the basics, one of which was recovering my health. So that's 3 minutes to cure my malady. We will do the same with the Faust, and I believe I'm already drawing up some water so that I'll have something to take to bed just to make me feel better. And then the rest of the day, so there's a couple of things that I can do. One of them is to combine various elements of the soul. Now, I sat down with my spreadsheet. I mean, I've got more than one spreadsheet now, but one of the things that I tried to work out was some alternative paths for leveling things up. So it occurred to me that the original thing that I did was to say, okay, so we break up, something like spices and savors and rebuild it. And then what I wound up doing was saying, it's like, well, I don't know about all of this effort that it's going to take to bring up Anbury and Lapidary, so which was a level 5. So I'm going to go for the lower level spices and savors. And in the end, what happened was I wound up breaking up putrefactions and calcinations. Now, the funny thing about that is if you think about the amount of time that I spent trying to recover all of that stuff, that's an inefficiency in terms of what I did in terms of timing. So what you can break it down as, so first of all, there's the breaking down. Those are 2 actions, so those are 30 seconds apiece. So adding an extra one means I get another 30 seconds full stop. Well, on its own, if I could find a way to get putrefactions and calcinations back, like that. If I could find a way, of doing the equivalent of like spices and savors and putrefactions and calcinations, or whatever 3 and 4 I have, what kind of happens there is I don't just have the 30 seconds that I needed back, but that was actually, it was only by that 30 seconds that I wasn't able to use every memory that I had available to me. So that is definitely a point of interest in terms of improvement. And the solution is actually a lot more simple than I thought. And it was mostly just due to the fact that I was a little conservative in terms of thinking. And I think that was still the right thing to do, because in the end, it was the first time that I went so aggressively into Numa, breaking up my skills. But if you think of it, if I did the original plan of breaking up Anbury and Lapidary for something like the 18 memories or whatever, let's think all the way through in terms of what happens there. So instead of the 4, it's the 5 that we break up, right? And on top of that, what I would need to do is I would need to take... I take away the putrefactions and calcinations. I say that I'm not going to do that a second time. So I've got my 30 seconds back. And if you think of it, I can reinvest that 30 seconds into leveling up Anbury and Lapidary one more time, right? So what I mean by that is to go from spices and savors 1 to 4, I do 3 different actions. So that's 90 seconds. To go from Anbury and Lapidary 1 to 5, well, in that case, that's just 4 steps, right? So that's 2 minutes spoken for. Not ideal, but not, not a deal breaker either. But there's another more important factor to keep in mind, which is what it takes for me to get to putrefactions and calcinations 3. I need to spend 1 30-second period to get that to 2, and then another 30-second period to get that to 3. So the key to this is that I may not be able to use every lesson that I get from Anbury and Lapidary, but it's clear that what it will take me to bring Anbury and Lapidary or any level 5 skill back to the level that I need, it costs less than me doing it across 2 different skills like spices and savors and putrefactions and calcinations. So just now that I've actually done Numa in that way that I did last broadcast, and I realized to the people like Sylphea and anybody who hasn't played the game, I am talking nonsense right now. But essentially, there's a system in this game through which you can level up skills. I actually think it's one of the great strengths of this game, both in terms of the way that it tells its story, as well as how it just I think why it makes for an interesting, RPG. I like this skill system more than some of the other skill systems I see in what people would kind of consider more traditional RPGs. So now that I have an idea in terms of what I'm capable of during the season in which that can happen, Numa, I'm going to try and eke out a few efficiencies in terms of how I approach this in the future. And so I'm going to do what my original impression was, which was to go for the higher level skill, and then just sort of accept that some of the lessons that I get may not be ones that survive the full run. But what I should be focusing on more is what skills I can get to the relevant level. So that means that I need at least a minimum of one more Numa. There is one other thing that I would like to do, and that is to put some effort into... oh dear. Okay, so one drawback that I've run into is that I didn't make a note of which of the Numen are specific to my character. Okay. I think I know which ones, though, so... So what I'm going to try here is... I'm going to... I'm not quite ready to commit all of my skills and lessons and such towards sorry, I'm not quite ready to sort of condense these all down to the smallest number of like high level elements of the soul that I can. But there are a few things that I would like to test. So we're ultimately looking to write a history in our journal at some point. And in order to do so, I need to get, I believe it's 25 of a specific aspect. And I'll be able to confirm that by reading a specific book. In fact, I can do that right now because I do have one book in particular in mind. Well, I say book, but The Sun's Design, a scorched slab of black corundum, minutely scratched on every side with intricate ideoglyphs. This book houses a Numen, a truth so powerful it can perhaps believe itself. So here we will read the FET, and we need to add the language crack track. In the tracks of beasts and the convulsions of his own carapace, in egg vein and shell shadow, the many-eyed ones found the signs which can be history. I've already mastered this, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. Okay, so this is the first of a few different entries that I'm going to write down, but each, in terms of the big sort of end goal of the game, these are the books that are relevant to it. So you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. There may be more. There's a subset of them that I'm specifically interested in, but they can all lead to different kinds of endings. And what I'm kind of trying to put together now is an idea in terms of what I'm going to need to put together in order to achieve those various endings. Now, as long as I have some elements of the soul, kind of each of the different types of elements of the soul, I'm okay spending a little bit more trying to recover some elements of the soul. And between broadcasts, I made a list of persistent memories. Now, I may not know how to make all of them from memory, but I'm actually going to write that down right now. So I kind of made one for each of the various aspects, but what? There's some weird stuff going on in my tablet. Sorry, just 1 second here. My writing really started to deteriorate last stream, it looks like. What seems to have happened here was there were a bunch of digital notes that I erased, but it seems like it just looks like they were erased. They're back, and I put a whole lot of effort into completely reorganizing the tablet, so I just need to get some basics down here. Okay, so there's a few old notes, but I'm happy to work with what I've got here. Okay, so we've got an enduring reflection. Forbidden epic. A horizon sight. Occult scrap. Old wound. Wormwood Dream. Ascendant Harmony. Didymos. Wind in Waiting. Earthquake Name. Invincible Audacity. Hives, well, Earth's Hives Lament. Did I put down the Curious Hunch already? Curious Hunch, we already put down Enduring Reflection. Yep, those are all there. So not all of these are going to be things that I can create through skills, but I'm going to do my best to make the ones that I can. So there's one easy one for me, which is the yellowing newspaper. Now, that's something that I need to consider. I can't use that at a desk. But there are a couple of easy ones that I can just pull out of books. So, for instance, if I use the FET again, I could read either Wrapped in the King or De Motu Corporum Veditorum, ask for it by name, and you could... Oh, sorry, no, not De Motu, Duratio Quercum. De Motu is right here, different one. And that'll give me an earth sign. So again, that's a persistent memory that doesn't go away overnight, and so it's something that I can keep in my inventory until I know that I need to use it. An old wound is definitely something that I get from skills, so we'll use that right now. We just add that to Edict's Marshal. I think we need Moon for that, so either I need to give up my Tryst, which I'm a little reluctant to do. You know what, we'll use a desk for that. I think I'm running out of desks that'll take Moth. I think there's a reading room desk that... No, reading room likes Moon. Although I guess that doesn't need to be a desk. We could use a workstation. That doesn't take tools. That doesn't take the relevant skill. I'm making this a lot harder for myself. That takes tools, but not the kind I need. This shouldn't be this difficult. This ought to do the trick. Oh, no, it won't, because then it won't take the Edict's Martial. So this is close, but I can't quite seal the deal. I'll show you what I mean. So I'm trying to put Edict's Martial in here, and then I can add a Fett because I have lots of those. So what I'm thinking to do is create an Old Wound, but I do need a Moth for that task. And for that, I need a Memory or Remains. Now I do have both, but Remains are kind of, they're something that, they're consumable. So what I'm hoping to do is put something together that doesn't require me to give up consumables to get this very simple memory. And my original plan was to just try and, well, I actually have an alternative, so this will probably do the trick. So what I need to do is add a tool. So the lunar globe will do the trick. That's what gets me the extra moon. The reason I'm doing this is because I don't want to give up the Tryst, which is the only one of its kind that I have. So now I just need to find a Forge, Sky, Scale, or Moon. We already said that the Tryst has the moon that I want, so I can't really do much with that. But I have plenty of shafts, so we'll craft the Old Wound that way. Kind of feels appropriate to use Nock to make an Old Wound anyway. So that was longer than that needed to be, but, you know, I needed to get it all sorted out. Okay, so the music gets a little more interesting. So we'll do our Faust right here, and then instead of using the normal, instrument crafting stations, I'm actually going to use the Mazarine Fife. So there's a slight advantage to using the Mazarine Fife, which you craft yourself, over these instruments, and that's simply because this instrument comes with its own sky aspect. Now this is not, I don't want this to sound like a general rule for all situations, because it is actually quite helpful to have the extra slots. So when you were playing the way that I was before, where I was very reluctant to put certain items into the skill, or the Tree of Wisdoms, and get the elements of the soul from the skills, I was quite constrained in what I could use to make different recipes. So with that in mind, being able to get extra 2 sky, so it's a 3 aspect sky, but we have we already had a tool that would give us sky 1. It's one of the first tools you find in the game. Being able to add that to some kind of sky, sky skill is really useful, right? So we're already at 13, just putting the skill, my Faust, and the Mazarine Fife together. But with all of that said, one of the advantages of the instruments proper are that it does give you a bit more in terms of building things. So I've got the grand piano here. We have rose or sky, so you can put an element of the soul in here. You put your sky in here and your memory in here. That's the same for everything. And then you can add an application and an inspiration. So the inspiration is a memory, and the application is an element of the soul, a sound, or an omen. So if, on the other hand, you have a memory, an omen, a song, a skill that's greater than 3, it actually makes more sense to use the instrument. For me, though, because I'm trying to conserve my Faust, and I don't have any memories to work with, I do think this makes a little more sense. So we'll take the Mazarine Fife, we'll use it at a desk that takes sky, we'll add the Faust. And what I'm trying to do right now is make music. Alright, that gets me the Ascendant Harmony. The Didymos and the Wind and Waiting are going to need to wait. But the Old Moment is probably something that I can put together. Now that needs a memory. There we go. We're already getting the Earth sign. Curious Hunch. Let's see if I can make something of that. I don't remember which of these has Rose. The Knock is pretty tempting here, actually. So let me just move back. We'll go to the Altar for the Horned Axe. So we take Preliminal Meter, Shopped. Now it's going to want a memory. I guess I can give up the Bittersweet Certainty. I'm not quite sure what that's going to get me. I think I had a surplus from last time. Okay, so that was a little different from what I was expecting, but still a good one. So we'll go back to the grand piano, and right now I'm just looking to make some of that Rose, some of the Rose stuff. That looks like that's going to be a bit of a challenge. Now I wonder why Path and Pilgrim is where it is. I should double check that I've got everything placed where it needs to be. Okay, so the Enduring Reflection has a couple problems. One, I need to get the extra Rose. So the Confounding Parable is kind of helpful for that, but I can read a book and get the same. And then I would need to find... Well, actually, I guess the Enduring Reflection's a bit easier because I just need to... I would just need to take the... So I can take the Rose... Yeah, I take a memory with 2, and then I add the Lunar Globe. So I don't get anything for that right now, but that's a pretty easy one to catch up on. I don't see too much sense in going any further with these, so let me grab a Confounding Parable just because I can. That's assuming that I have a desk that will let me read. Well, we've got more than enough in terms of Elements of the Soul. I don't need to be that stingy with the items. Okay. I think that'll do for now, and I can't remember... Alright, I'm also not making any money right now, so let's fix that. I'll use health in this case. Manual labor. There's not much work on offer in Brandkrug, but I can find 6 pence worth of odd jobs. Or add a coin to find visitors seeking employment. I may take a earlier break so that I can make some tea. I'm just feeling... I felt okay starting the stream. Like, I'm feeling kind of wary overall, but I'm actually, even though I'm only like a half hour in, I'm actually feeling just a bit tired. Okay, bells and braziers is where it needs to go. That resonance which lingers from the hammer's touch. I can consider stuff now. So the first thing that I want to do is consider the newspaper, so I can get the memory from that. So yellowing newspaper, it stated the year that Hush House was abandoned. Investigate the object. You won't use this or consume it by doing this. So one of the things about Book of Hours, and one of the reasons why I feel very nervous about playing the later game for so long, is that so much of this game is the process of exploring the house and seeing all of the items inside of it and basically piecing things together. And one part of that is actually taking the time to look at objects. And I was really unsure about this decision in this game. The idea that every single time you want to look at something in the house, you have to pay a price in the form of the elements of the soul that you have. And I actually resisted looking at things in the house for so long because I didn't have the elements of the soul to go exploring. But what you kind of need is just a couple of opportunities to see something really cool as a result of, looking at a painting or finding something in the couch cushions or, any of the different things that you might imagine coming up if you go through the house and look at things. So this is a good example, right? When you see a, yellowing newspaper, maybe you just casually take a look and maybe, oh, that's kind of interesting. And you look a little bit longer. And that's essentially what the character is doing right now. It'll take a few seconds, but I'll ultimately wind up getting something for it. And that something in this case winds up being a memory. Memories are something that you can use to advance your knowledge, or you can use them as sort of recipes as part of a larger plan. So anyways, we help the visitor get what they want. They paid us in the occult coin known as Spintria. Occult treasures are purchased with occult coin, Spintria. Gold Spintria display scenes that are not visible to mortal eyes on their reverse side. So we have 10 tally worth of this strange currency. And the matter that the visitor was coming on was the affair of the Friar's Tapestry. A tapestry has been stolen from the Ostorium that depicts details of a very old rite indeed. One that may be performed at Gladwin Lake when the moon is ripe. Exactly what it might renew is unclear, but almost inevitably someone will try it anyway. So the visitor was Stanislav John Schaller. Father Schaller came to Hush House to investigate the possibility that the rite was a Hostorium trap, and mentioned, perhaps only in passing, that he managed Teresa Gelmier's reincorporation. So, and again, that was a fairly surprising thing. I did not realize that Teresa decorporated. I know we've seen her in the Mansus, and so it may have something to do with taking her out of the Mansus. I don't think it would be related to scrying, although maybe I would be wrong on that. But this seems to be just a casual little bit of information to a rather significant figure in the setting, so it's something that would be kind of interesting to follow up on from in other cases, but I don't have a whole lot to pick up on so far. Because I'm going to be using some inputs, like some memories as inputs, I don't think it would be a bad idea for me to bring Reverend Timothy in. So Reverend Timothy's door is always open to me. Timothy will offer help for free as a friend. And while we bring in Reverend Timothy, I'm going to make good on my threat to get some tea. I may need to refill the kettle, so that it may take a little bit longer than I intend to get the tea done. But I do want to do a good and proper stream tonight, and I am definitely feeling kind of sluggish even this early in. So I think it wouldn't be a bad idea for me to just acknowledge the issue, right the ship, and then be ready to do to go for the long haul. I'm going to run ads just so that people can avoid the pre-roll. But that would be a good time for you to get up, have a stretch, get a glass of water, maybe make a tea yourself. I'll try to keep it only a couple of minutes, but again, I am going to be waiting for the kettle on this, so it may be one of the longer ones just as I get everything sorted out. Anyways, we will see you all in a little bit. Okay, I do apologize for the wait on that. I know that was longer than planned. Blame the kettle. I'm not going to feel peppy yet, though, because I still need the tea to steep. I actually almost crawled into bed and just went to sleep, but I do know the show must go on. So, how about I get rid of my break sign, too? So let's head back to what we were doing. So we're bringing in Reverend Timothy just so he can give me some memories. I'm trying to remember what I was going to use the sunny day for. I'll figure it out. But at the moment here, I don't mind just kind of building back my memories. I don't need to do them in any particular order because we have a whole season ahead of us. And in this case, it's fine to just take it easy until the next season. What I'm really looking for here is to set up for getting the next book, and then maybe when we get the next book, we'll send off the request for Numa. Reverend Timothy always jumps at the offer of my company. Reverend Timothy, rector of Brandkrug, ordained by the Church of the Unconquered Sun, a learned man, blessed in the tally, the gate, and the light. Reverend Timothy is always happy to chat. And manual labor, as they used to say in my youth, the day is done and so am I, but I have earned my pay. So we don't really need to do as much restoration, but I kind of figure doing the one-on, one-off approach isn't too bad. All right, the sun's design, a scorched slab of black cordonym, minutely scratched on every side with intricate ideoglyphs. This book houses a Numen, a truth so powerful it can perhaps believe itself. In the city of Emesa, behind the church of the Holy Belt, is a sarcophagus of black corundum. Elagabalus lies, accursed of Janus, neither long nor mortal, neither man nor woman, neither a liar nor a speaker of truth, neither real nor imagined. On his light suffused skin is made manifest the sun and splendor's grand design. Elagabalus is the source of one half of this text. The source of the other half is obscure, but its power is evident. It is impossible to be certain if the sun really planned for us to enter eternity. It is impossible to be sure if the Grail, the Vagabond, and the Forge stole this birthright from us or saved us from it. But there is a great secret here. Now, the reason why I picked this one first, in addition to the fact that it's full of the sun and splendor and I'm a creature of habit, you'll be able to notice the different aspects that are attached to this: Forge, Knock, and Lantern. So what I'm hoping to do here is get a little bit more information, and it may not work out, but I do have metal now, and I don't believe I had metal before. And if nothing else, it's one that I know is for the Twiceborn, and that's what I'm currently trying to write down. So the paths of the sun. The sun has charted his paths beyond walls and woods and bounds. When the sun lights our way, when we are ready, all of us will enter eternity, at least in the right history. So what I'm going to do here, I'm going to try... So what I've done with Paths of the Sun, and in fact, now's not a bad time for me to maybe take another shot at this. So we're going to go to the Abbess Nona's desk. So we'll add Faust. I will add the Numen, the Paths of the Sun. So our Amberfleck journal, we have a number of changes that we've made. So the original version of it is... I'm the Twiceborn librarian of Hush House, and this is the journal in which I keep my remaining memories. The Twiceborn's third choice might be life as the librarian, or it might be something more radical. But if you can complete the game by recording any history, you might wish to begin. But you can complete the game by recording any history. You might wish to begin your studies with the Illumination Wisdom. Now, I think these things that I've written into my my journal are. I think I had mistaken these for histories originally, and then I've learned there is a difference between a determination and a history. I will read my character's background just for reference here. The Twiceborn. I remember I once walked the House of the Sun as a bodiless immortal, but there was a matter that could only be resolved if I returned to flesh. Now, if I go back to the House of the Sun, I will be hunted and punished. If I stay in flesh, I will be hunted and devoured. I need a third choice. To remain at Hush House as librarian would be one such choice, but there might be something more. And then what we have done is, as we have learned more about sort of the histories, we've learned more about the world that this game takes place in, called the Secret Histories, although I believe that title arrived after Cultist Simulator was a success and they made additional products in the setting. Although I was, again, I know I keep sounding like the Weather Factory propaganda network, but I do think they're an interesting developer doing interesting things. One of the questions I asked during one of their AMAs, and I really appreciated the answer to this, was basically, and I never ask straightforward questions. It's like my writing, I am really doing my best to write shorter things, but my natural state is not to write short things. And I will confess that I actually very often get frustrated by the fact that when I try to simplify things, these are exactly the things that people criticize the article about later. I didn't really want to talk too much. I'm feeling a little crummy about the latest article that I put out. Not because I don't think it's a good art. I mean, it's not my best, but I think it's a decent one, and it fits the kind of the topic that I want, or the goal that I want of trying to say something that I don't necessarily think. I don't want to say is maybe obvious, but I think it's something that seems clear to me, but is not widely discussed. So the idea is that I don't want to just play to the crowd. I think there's a lot of writing that already does that, and it doesn't interest me very much. Although it's, again, I think the reason why that happens is because people reward that type of writing. But yeah, the aim is just to try and write something that's not contrarian for the sake of it, of being contrarian, but to maybe try and highlight something that might have been overlooked as part of the discussion. So what I found, there's a couple of places where I put it out. So I put stuff out on Twitter, but I don't really expect much of a response on Twitter. And then there's quite a nice game, like a community surrounded around a game. And people have actually been quite encouraging in terms of the article. Even when I know that for those articles, I have been pushing against the current with them, but I've actually tended to find that the audience for those are quite encouraging, or at the very least, they will take the time to read and sometimes even offer feedback. So that one I kind of try to regularly make sure I share there and let people know that there's credit. And there was one that I sort of stopped posting in until it was a streamer, and the streamer actually actively encouraged me to start posting again. And they said the thing that I kind of like hearing from people, which is that I usually don't agree with what you write, but I think you put it very well. And that's kind of where I try to go. No, I mean, again, I don't write things that I don't believe. I don't write things that are specifically intended. I mean, okay, so the satirical stuff, like there's clearly when I'm, not being serious, I do those, but like, I don't go for the like really controversial point for the sake of being controversial. I go for the controversial point because I think it is important to consider that in the context of a broader conversation. And I think that's especially important in gaming, because if you look at some of the gaming subreddits, there are just so many posts of like, oh, I put my life savings into this, and we're a week away from release, and I should do some marketing. How do I put a marketing campaign together? And it's like, well, this is not the time to do that. It's actually a very difficult situation you find yourself in now, as a result. So, it's very scary to think about things like that. But it is very important to deal with some of the things that we find unpleasant to look at, because the cost for not doing so can often be greater disappointments down the road, and just the frequency through which certain things seem to come as very negative surprises that I think to an outside viewer would maybe be an obvious one. So I'm thinking really specifically about a subreddit post that I saw today, but it's, they're obviously in distress, so I don't want to highlight the one and say, ha ha, let's laugh at this guy. But it's one of these things where it's like, this is unfortunate, but I think in some ways is kind of a predictable situation as well, especially given a lot of the dialogue going around. So again, this is one of the reasons why I think it's important to try and follow an argument as far as it will take you. And then, best of all, I learn new things, right? When I confront maybe some assumptions that I was running with, and the facts seem to go in another direction, these are the opportunities to sort of grow and learn more. Hello, Index Gnome. Good to see you. So that's one of the reasons why I like that particular comment, right? It's like, I don't agree with what you wrote, but I think you put it well. That's exactly where you'd want to be. You don't have to walk away from something that is like a convincing paper or an argument and completely alter your worldview. The benefit of those types of articles or books or whatever you're reading would just simply be to give you an opportunity to put your own deeply held beliefs on a firmer footing. Yes, I agree. I mean, it depends. There are definitely some people where it's a very tedious conversation. But I mean, there are a couple of publications that I still follow on Twitter, despite the fact that I get very frustrated when I see the posts that they bring up. But they're wonderful like predictors in terms of most of the political points that I'll hear from one group of my friends. So again, there's limits. Like I don't follow like the National Review, or like I wouldn't find a lot of value in like following Newsmax accounts or something like that, because that's not really my beat, right? If I wanted to know a little bit more about the broad spectrum of American political beliefs, I probably would, but that's just not my thing. But yeah, I mean, I think the one I usually give an example of is I tend to find the New Republic very frustrating a lot of times. And so, I follow it because it does seem to be a reasonably accurate representation of a particular ideological bloc. I think it does a good job of sort of communicating those views. And so that gives me the exposure to ideas which I may not necessarily entertain on my own. But I would also be lying if I said I was not gritting my teeth sometimes reading those articles. Again, within reason. There's plenty of other examples from others. And actually the other swing on that would be in Canada we kind of have two or three major papers. So the Globe and Mail and the National Post. National Post was a very specific effort on the part of, so Globe and Mail was a merger of sort of a more left-wing and a more right-wing outlet a very long time ago. So even by those standards, left-wing and right-wing were different than what they mean now. And it's sort of intended to be a bit more of a centrist paper, although I did tend to notice, I have some opinions about how centered it is, but maybe this isn't the time to sort that out. The National Post was basically the purchase of the Financial Post with the specific intention of making a more conservative national paper. And whether it just grew to that role or whether it intended to be a counterweight, the Toronto Star is largely considered to be the more liberal kind of counterweight to the National Post. So, I don't follow the National Review, but I do read the National Post, and, particularly the opinion articles, I'm like, this is kind of embarrassing. Like, I would not really, but mind you, I also say that about some of the stuff I read in the Toronto Star. So, but, some of the opinion stuff, it's just sort of like, okay, you roll your eyes. It's kind of like having a particularly, it's like having a family member that's into Bitcoin or something like that. You just kind of, you endure it, and then nobody's mind's going to get changed. You just let them have their time and then move on. But then the news coverage, you'd sort of expect to be a little bit more, cue a little bit more closely to the facts. Anyway. So I've started to try and post in their sort of share the work section, because that was where they wanted to see my articles. And what I find interesting on this one I pointedly decided not to solicit feedback on that one. It was just more, I am sharing this in the spirit of sharing in the share your work section. And I believe mine is the only time I've actually seen someone go out of their way to like contradict and talk down, point out inaccuracies or otherwise say it's like. So the one on the Unity article here was like, it's too reductive to say that, Unity users are to blame for the layoffs. And I'm like, well, this is really about the future of the engine past, after the like after the pricing thing, right? So like, I think the focus is completely different from what the article is about. But number two, like, I think it's self-evident that when there are layoffs, there's one entity directly responsible, and that is the company. But the company does not do these things at random, right? So for those of you not familiar with the article I'm talking about, I kind of say, an argument you might be able to make about Unity prior to the new direction under Jim Whitehurst is that they saw themselves as a premium offering, that they would be creating a product that allows people to create and sell games. And again, the one lack of clarity that I might have had on this based on some of the responses I got in that channel was they seem to be really focused on the engine when I said the product, but when I'm referring to the product, I am referring to basically everything Unity does, which is a problem on its own because they do also do some non-gaming stuff. But I figured, again, this comes back to why I get really frustrated when I get certain types of criticism when I try to make articles short. I know this stuff. And the reason my other articles are usually long is I try to address that stuff in advance because I find it very frustrating when obvious points are brought up as, criticism. I try to exercise the principle of charity when I read things, and I would hope to have the same courtesy extended to me, and that's clearly not a good assumption on my part. But anyways, it is the totality of their services. And the way to reconcile that, if you think that's a weird way of thinking about Unity, remember that Unity, prior to it might even be Unity 5, but definitely prior to Unity 5, they would sell Unity 5, and I think that could even be, I don't think there was a free tier, or there might have been a free tier now that I think of it actually. But anyways, there's like a product that you bought, and then if you wanted to do like iPhone games, you would buy an expansion pack for that. And if you wanted to do Android, you'd buy an expansion pack for that. If you wanted to do Pro iPhone or Pro Android, that was an even more expensive one. And then there was like a team version. So there'd be it's like Legos, right? You buy Unity and then you buy these extensions to it, and then you put your game together. And so even if you use the free version, chances are if you wanted to put it on a platform that you thought was really valuable, you'd spend $1,500 to get the iPhone features. So clearly Unity's moved away from that, and the guy everybody loves to hate, John Riccitiello, is the one who's responsible for it. So the way that it works now, you can have your free tier if you make under a certain amount of money, and you have your your Plus and Pro and different versions based on either your needs or the services that you want. But the extensions that you get now are much more along the services lines, right? So this would be things like, their analytics tools or their advertising, right? So somebody says like, the majority of money comes through the ads. And I'm like, well, I have written several articles on this pointing out how large the grow section of the business is. And I feel that that's, I guess I can't expect people to read all of the articles before, but this does feel kind of, it does, again, when it comes to frustrations, it's like having made this point several times, the one time I say, okay, I can lower the word count by not rehashing this thing for the fourth time in a row. Of course, it's the one time somebody decides to use this as a real, crusher on the article, showing that I don't know what I'm talking about. But the actual answer to say is that, well, who are those ads for? Right? Those ads are for the developers so that they can make money on their games. So again, I think all of this stuff is the product, right? You go to Unity, you may or may not want the Iron Source stuff. You may or may not want, the analytics stuff. Obviously, you will, take the things you want and not take the things that you don't see a use for. But overall, the whole Unity suite is a set of tools that are designed to make games production and distribution as easy as possible. And the whole business proposition is essentially that they can take some of that surplus, all of the money that they save you for not having to do your own porting and so on and so forth. They're going to claim a certain share of that. And then, the negotiation is basically how much they're able to charge. And of course, as we've learned after the runtime fee fiasco, people aren't willing to pay what Unity thinks it's worth. And so a consequence of this is that they're going through their quote unquote focused version. So they're scaling down. And one result of that is a lot of layoffs. And of course, it's not just the pricing. It is also the fact that interest rates are going up and the company is still not profitable. But I think it's fair to say that there might have been a future under which Unity didn't do the kinds of layoffs that it did. Again, it's a possibility, not an assurance. If they were able to make a profit from selling sort of their deluxe product, because people have been pretty clear in terms of saying that they're not willing to pay that, their option now is to make a smaller engine within sort of the constraints that the market has communicated to them. So, this is kind of like blaming... The analogy I give is like, it's kind of the reason... It's the same as us not thinking too hard about why our clothes are so cheap, right? Global labor markets mean that sometimes the labor is in regions where the labor laws are laxer. And that will often mean that there are people working in conditions that we would not accept for ourselves. But the problem is that as much as we say we don't want to see things like sweatshops, and there are good efforts that have been made to make sure that that practice is minimized, but one of the reasons it's not eliminated is the fact that we keep going to the places that charge less for the clothes. And so there's only so far that you can go when your customers are saying one thing, but then when you take an action that costs them more and they go away, you're faced with a pretty tough choice. So that's about as far as I went to blaming users, right? Is that, if it's the worst that I say on this probably is that, if the layoffs are a result of the pricing change and the reaction to the pricing change, it does really seem like smaller developers have really hurt themselves here, because the reductions to the engine are going to be easier to manage under a large team, right? The amount of effort that you put implementing the things that would have gone into the engine under the premium model. And again, this is all stuff that's, assuming kind of parallel tracks, and nobody's actually going to know what would have wound up in Unity 7, years from now. But the idea here is that the things that make the games more competitive, the things that would move you ahead, large teams are going to be able to handle that better because they have basically more people they can spread that over. And then for the smaller teams, obviously, if you're a single person working on a game, then you're going to have a much harder time trying to implement the things that wouldn't have gone in. So you could say it was a problem about product worth. You lost the last little trust you had in them as a business. You cannot partner with somebody who keeps changing their ways out of the blue every 6 months. Yeah, so this is one thing that comes up a lot when I talk about the Unity thing as well. I'm not crazy about the way that the retroactive change. And I think even my view on this is that I don't really think there's anybody defending the original rollout of that policy. I think even Unity acknowledges that they communicated it in a way that was very inflammatory for people, probably not fully thought through in terms of, the questions people would be asking, and certainly the answers that they gave were ones that were not very adequate. So I think those are very legitimate. Complaints to make about the way that they handled it. The difficulty that I have is that if I'm in the context of an article that I'm trying to keep under 1,000 words about the engine itself, the quality of the product over time, I just really feel like dealing with the specifics of, the uproar, is not the place for that. But yeah, no, you're absolutely right that, the company's willingness to pivot, and this incidentally, I think probably is also where you're going with this. Like, Unity does have a track record in terms of like really pushing a multiplayer service and then not like then moving to another direction, and that multiplayer service is no longer there. So that's one of the reasons Moonhunters doesn't have multiplayer anymore, because Unity was pushing a particular multiplayer model which they're no longer supporting, and it's just not in Kitfox's interests to completely re-implement the multiplayer for that game. So that's not even about the price change, which obviously had people really mad. That's definitely been a long-term problem with Unity. But again, whenever I'm dealing with the specifics of the quality of the engine, I'm not entirely sure that I can... essentially, I need to pick what I think the most relevant factors are towards it. I mean, in the end, I do sort of figure that those questions do sometimes become... There's like the short-term fluctuations and there's sort of like the long-term tendency. And I think in the end that there is some sort of equilibrium that Unity hits. So like, for instance, I could not imagine a situation under which Unity would have charged more than, I guess, 5% of revenues for a game. And that's because that's what Epic does. If either through a stated price or a different formulation, I just don't ever think there's a case where they would charge more than what their other real-time competitor does. I could be wrong on that. Obviously, you make a guess about your suppliers. But yeah, just needless to say, it's not something that I necessarily disagree with you on here, Index Gnome. It's just, again, I would never want to write an article which says, here are all the reasons you need to love Unity. I will, however, write an article which says, here are the consequences out of the actions that we've seen all of the relevant parties taking. But obviously, I talked a bit about the developer side of things here, so I can understand some back and forth on this. But when I do an article which is primarily about the quality of the engine moving forward, so much of it relitigating that pricing change thing, it can be a little wearying. But the worst part out of all of it was that this was, again, the site where I had been asked to start sharing my stuff again, did not solicit feedback, and the one place where I'm getting the feedback are people quite hostile to the article, making points that I feel are in fact addressed in the article, or at the very least are not relevant to the article. They're sort of imposing a particular set of values that I may or may not have on those. And I don't know, like, again, I do get a lot of satisfaction out of writing. I'll still continue to try writing, and I'll continue to try writing short stuff. But it is just very, very tiring sometimes when, I know that one of the reasons why I write longer things are specifically to address what I think are very often bad faith arguments, or at the very least bad faith reads of the things that I've written. And that I sort of deep down know that's not the sort of person who I should be writing for. I should be writing for someone who, values my writing, basically. But then kind of the engagement is, again, the unsolicited sort of, here's why you suck response. Anyway, sorry, I didn't mean to make that a whole big thing, but that's one of the reasons I'm feeling worn out. All right, so this is just kind of getting back to the histories side of things. So I did also, I had these determinations. So we've got speech the wound, language is a scar. It was a language that tore open the mantis. Without language, We could have had no wars. Without language, we would still be fire, sky, earth. Moth the oldest, the moth beats within the skull, seeks among the trees of the wood, is dappled. The moth, who delights in contradiction, is the oldest hour that remains. Any that seem older, the moth once was, than once it was. We came from glory. Our first sparks of self descended from the light above the world which we call the glory. Without the glory, we would be beasts in darkness, and the gifts of our past illuminate our future, which is eternity. And red the first flower. The watchman's tree is the covenant that forbids knowledge to mortals, but permits it in the covenant houses of the tree, like Brandkrug Isle. The red flower of Calyptra, the fire fueled by truth, was its first defense. Fire consumes knowledge, but fire also gives light. The tree is rooted in paradox. This determination is made with forge. It provides forge and rose. So to make the history, you need 25. So here we've got, there's the second dawn is nigh, and then Twiceborn victory, the second dawn is nigh. So in this history, the new king will enter the paths of the sun, and the second dawn will change everything. I will have my third choice. Or just the ordinary one. In this history, my last and greatest work, the new king will enter the paths of the sun, and the second dawn will return the sun to splendor. But clearly we would want to do the one oriented towards ourselves. So this is what I'm sort of on the hunt for. So we also know the Nock version of this, I believe. And this is one that I'm definitely not going to do, but it's a fun read nonetheless. Oh, right. Can't just put that in any desk. I'm sorry for not reading it, but I wanted to get onto the history stuff. So, the Twiceborn victory, the gods from stone will be revenged. Oh, hey, Kieran. Not much, actually. I kind of wound up ranting for a little bit, and I also got myself some tea because I was feeling tired as well. So, the sun has made his paths wisely and unwisely. In this history, others will travel them. The gods from stone will return for their revenge. In that new order, I will find my third choice. So I'm like, we're not doing that one. But what I am curious about, though, is I did not record one for Forge. And I think that was because I did not have a, I did not have the relevant Forge available. Like, we had Shapt, but we didn't have Metal. And so I think I'm actually able to see the last of these determinations now. And for that we need Orpiment Exultant, the ink of the fourth history. There we go. Twiceborn victory. The gods from steel, who don't exist, will bring a second dawn in this history. The new hours will arise in the paths of the sun, and I will have my third choice. Or the non-second Twiceborn version. This history is my last and greatest work, and in it new hours will arise in the paths of the sun. Okay. So some of the others that I have to work with are the Great Counterfeit. So that's a moon or a nectar one. Now the sun's weaknesses I don't believe are Twiceborn related, but there was a missing grail on that. I believe loopholes was also an option. So we had a Nock one there. There was also a moth one and then a moon one. So moon is the one that we're short on. Weirdly enough, moon is the one that I'm probably not going to be able to get no matter what. But nectar might be possible based off of the amount of heart that I have available. Although one thing I will do is probably just cycle through all of the different books to see what I can to see what I can get full stop. But let's take care of our tasks first. So move gingerly while the pain lasts. An old wound. The wound is visible, the pain is not. Hello, Baron Snogs. How are you doing today? It's not as bad as other parts of Canada here. I think it's about -6 right now. And we did have kind of a mild day a couple days ago. Although that just kind of seems to have melted enough of the snow to make it really icy. But my toes are a little bit cold. Other than that, I'm okay. Probably should have put on socks, but all my socks, I need to do some laundry, so all the socks I have are actually really thin. Good Lord! All right. Then yes, I hope you are staying warm. I have some tea, so that also helps me with my temperature issues. I need to think. So I've kind of got everything that I need from Paths of the Sun. So this would be a good argument for making some of these other recipes. I'm trying to remember which ones I've committed stuff to. Right, the Ascendant. Okay, yeah, I think I have a couple ideas then. Oh God. My notes just got messed up. Okay, just bear with me a second here. Okay, I think we're good for most of that. Okay. Let's run out the clock on the Consider first. So, Yellowing Newspaper. It's dated the year that Hush House was abandoned, and nothing's history when it first happens. Thinking. This is a game where you read books. Fill your mind with other people's thoughts. Have you discovered what victory can be done with the sarcophagus in the prison? Are you talking about this thing? Or are you talking about this? I guess if you're talking about the prison, you're talking about the oubliette. So the victories don't quite work this way. We did get a book from here, A Treasure of the House, but I can't remember which one I got. It might actually, now that I think of it, it might be A Child's Treasury of Golden Afternoons. So if it's Child's Treasury of Golden Afternoons, that would be... I actually stopped writing them down after this, but just give me a quick second here. I will answer that in a minute, Baron Snugs. Just a minute. Sorry, I'm trying to find the Newman that I have in my spreadsheet. Okay, sorry about that. So it was Merciless Alteration that I was looking for. So that's Edge, Forge, and Grail. So the Forge is the gods from Steel bring about the Second Dawn. I don't believe we have looked at an Edge one yet. And that would make sense because that's a little bit like Moon. And we also don't have a Grail one. Now, the other thing is that's assuming that a Child's Treasury of Golden Afternoons was it. So, like, if I got... oh, God. Actually, I'm feeling less and less sure about this. I'm 99% sure we got the Serpent Root from... 99% sure we got the Serpent Root from the... from this altar. But the more I think of it, the less sure I am. So I know where we got this one. I know where we got this one. Sky and the Scar, I don't remember. Serpent Root, I know. I know where we got the 3 and the 3. I'm less sure about this. Oh, God, I'm trying to... I think we got this one from one of the rooms down below. We might have got this one from the chancel. Not so sure about this one or this one. or this one, or this one. But yeah, so basically the victories come from the Newman. The Newman come from the books, and so I would need to remember what book came from the Oubliette Containment. And then the Oubliette Containment would have one of 3, and then, in fact, if it's a Twiceborn related one, it's actually one of 6, although realistically you'd want to go for the one that's related for your character. Okay, so Baron Snugs was asking what the goal of tonight's season. So I'd like to get to Numa again, because there's a lot that I can do in Numa. But I have some more specific... I have more specific intermediate goals first. So first of all, I want to heal my health and my Faust. We should be able to get that done today. I want to renew my persistent memories, and I'm doing that slowly but surely. So we've got an occult scrap. So I'm actually going to make some notes here. An old wound. I'm only going to write down the things that I have for sure. And then now that all of the books have been read again, well, I'll want to read the Newman, but I can do that over time. One of the other things that I kind of like to do is look at the various statues. So not just the barons and the librarians, but even down here. And one of the things I'm specifically interested in is Willem Harries and Gervinius van Loren. There's a few different reasons for my interest there, but I figured going over the busts is a good way to start with that, and then we'll carry on. So a lot of house exploration, although again, when I can, I'll definitely load up my persistent memories. Then the hope is halfway through the season that we get another book, so I'll be able to read that, and then we petition an hour for another Numa. That's all right. I forgot I was going to try and consider doesn't help me there. Okay, I can't remember if I did an enduring reflection already or not, but I clearly have a way to it. I could just use another FET, but that seems wasteful, so let's go to the Vagabond desk. We can use the Lunar Globe. There is, but Oriflamme, so far as I can tell, solicits me as opposed to me writing letters to get the new books. So if I put in, so Spela Gold Spentria are not legal tender, but no law prevents the postmistress from purchasing them from me. Perhaps she collects them. This is worth £2. Now that is clearly not the smartest thing for me to do. I am actually curious. So this says ready to post. So I'm assuming if I try to put a book in here, it won't let me sell it. Yeah. So then I suppose there's the question is like, can I write some kind of a letter just in general? And I suppose the way I could attempt that would be to take a quire of paper, I'll add Houndsgall just for the sake of it, and put I can't put health, but so in this case it's wanting some kind of a skill, and whatever we do, it's going to put me back onto, it's basically going to put me in, I'm basically just going to have to do some kind of crafting out of that. So I'll be honest, I haven't found much of a use for the blank. I'm definitely feeling it's related to something in the Shrine to Saint Tentretto, but I haven't been able to make that work. Otherwise, just paper winds up being an occasional thing for me to commit every now and again. But yeah, so we basically, I am going to be taking advantage of the auction house, but the auction house comes to me basically. So I'm waiting on that to happen. Okay, drop water. A little water splashes on the stones of the well to nourish the mosses there. I could probably do that again just to have a reserve. Nope, not the kitchen range. Pour out. Lower the bucket creaking into the dark. Poured out. So this is just in preparation of getting my my fascinated Faust back. I don't really need to listen to everything Reverend Timothy says. He doesn't really even expect me to, but I'm often glad when I do. Okay, so with the Mazarine Fife, we made an Ascendant Harmony. With a Preliminal Meter, we made a Curious Hunch. And with the Shrine to Saint Tentretto, we made an Old Moment. Now, there's some specific things that I'm looking to do with some of these. So we're going to go back to Horns and Ivories. We'll add our health. We'll add our Old Moment. Wrong one with Horns and Ivories. I'm looking to make an Earthquake name. Okay, that's all well and good, but I'm really going to need to bring a lot more scale than I have. I feel like I have options I'm not exploring though, so I'm just going to take a quick peek. Oh, there was also something about the Chroniccord I wanted to check. But I'm going to do that after I figure out what the story is with earthquakes. I don't see why inks would be relevant there, but... Okay. I should maybe remember this for the future, because if it's this hard to get an earthquake name, I definitely don't want to be throwing these around. I have an easy answer in the sense that if I bring in yeah, so with Hill and Hollow, I am 4 short. So I can sort of solve that through a tool. But the easiest thing for me to do is actually just read a Newman that has scale in it. So I have 2 options. I think I'm going to read the Turquoise Music, not because I think it's the most interesting, but because it gives me scale, and I might have a couple of other skills that I can try committing near it. This is also the most recent one that I've gotten. Okay, so I'm going to have to put the Old Moment on ice, but we can probably do something with the sky now. So let's take the double bass. Yeah. So Ascendant Harmony. I can't remember if Sacre Lamea will do the trick. Yep, we can get a Daidumos out of that. So it's just a matter of getting the 15 It's a matter of getting the 15 sky. So in this case, we didn't even need to use a Faust. Although I am going to want to get another Ascendant Harmony. So for that, we can just go back to the Pale Desk. Use the Faust. Bells and Braziers should do the trick. So for that, we use the Mazarine Fife. Actually, the Mazarine Fife we can use for something different. So Furs and Feathers is a little much. I don't think Sights and Sensations will do that, though. No. I'm trying to remember. I think it is one of the musical ones, but wait, where's the Ascendant Harmony? Did I think I did something very dumb, didn't I? No, right. That's because it was yeah, no, I'm fine. Okay, let's you know what? I'm just going to look at everything that has sky. Okay, Sights and Sensations won't do the trick. This thing, we're already making a Didymos, although I could get an Ascendant Harmony if I was at loose ends. Ashertine doesn't help me. Alpha Bright Euphonies. Use Didymos. Wind and Wave, yeah, so that's what I'm looking for here. So I need to find another 4 sky. I don't think I can actually do that. So that might be one that I save for the, I save for one of the Newman in that case. So what I can do as an alternative is make the, I can do the Ascendant Harmony through Bells and Braziers. I need one more sky. So I'll throw the Foss at it instead. And I'm just going to update my notes here. I'm, again, trying to refill the collection, so it's... So I thought I was working on an Enduring Reflection. Yes. That'll probably turn into a Forbidden Epic, though. So let's get, while I'm working, let's get a, another Confounding Parable. We can use Caller's Desk for that. Better now. Okay. Yeah, we're almost at the end of the day, but it's not a major hardship if... If I don't get all of the persistent memories done today, I, you know, I'll just tackle what I can tomorrow. Although I may lose the old moment now that I think of it. I don't need to listen to everything Reverend Timothy says. He doesn't even really expect me to, but I'm often glad when I do. Okay, with Keeper level Rose, an Enduring Reflection can give rise to visions of wilder possibilities. So that's one that I can upgrade to a Horizon Sight, or I think I can talk with the Stimfling possibly. I'll maybe double check that. Yeah. So I will be sure to talk to that. Well, probably tomorrow is actually not is the better way to do this. So I'm just gonna wait this all out. There'll be a couple of things that I wind up giving up overnight, but like I said, I've got a whole bunch of elements of the soul, so I'm not too worried about that. Okay, the Turquoise Hand, a calligraphic manual of Ramsund, which employs as exemplar text Farid Udin's Conference of the Birds. At noon, the sun moves like the beating of a wing. At sunset, he sends the herald child with her candle. At midnight, he sends the wind that extinguishes the candle flame. Commentary, illustrations, and interleavings carry revelations never intended in the original, a sense of history and the senses of histories. Newman, that old lost music. In the right histories, every song ever sung still lingers in the wind and echo, untouched by the demands of eternity. So there's a couple things that I want to do before we move ahead. I want to see if there is something that I can do in terms of determinations or histories. So if I add that, we might have actually tried this already, but what's my best? Oh, you know what? I don't have a very high level rose skill. Well, preliminal meter. Still, not quite gonna push me over the edge, is it? Yeah, we're at 24, so unless I'm sitting on a 10 preliminal meter, I need to either level up my FOSS, or my FET, or let that remain a mystery. I can't see this working better for Sky, or Scale for that matter. Horns and Ivories is my best candidate here, but we're at 6. Oh, well. That's 23, so we're too short. Yeah, there's not a whole lot in there for me to learn about. But the reason I got this was so that I could shake things up. Earthquake name. Discern a potency of scale. Okay. Do we have my health back yet? No. But I am working on the earthquake name, so that's a start. And apparently that wasn't on the list. I should go for another Newman. Okay, let's do the Sky in the Scar, and that's so I can get some Sky. Yeah, I probably shouldn't be surprised that you can get Sky from the Sky and the Scar. Okay, that's not this one. It's the pink book, and this one is Sabazine. So this is eventually going to get me my Wind and Waiting, but I may have to, again, wait overnight on a couple of these things. So my intention is eventually to read all of these books just as books, but at the moment I'm a little focused on collecting the... I'm a little focused on getting these memories. All right, Time, Peace, Recovery. So, the good news about where I am right now... I was originally going to use Drums and Dance because of the nectar, but I'm going to see if I can scale that back a bit. Writes the Roots doesn't work because I can't put Moth in there. Orchids and narcotics may not be enough, and it's Grail, so I can't do anything with that. There's a big gap in terms of my nectar. Spices and savors maybe save the day, but that I can't do forge, so... Herbs and infusions then, so I have to give up a little bit more than I was intending, but that's... Whoops. Excuse me. Sorry. Cure my malady. You've supplied enough nectar. Now, this is going to be out of commission the next day because it'll be fatigued, but I wanted to just clear out the sickness. Okay. What's next? So my consider verb I've been kind of idle on. So there's a couple things that I've wanted to do. I don't think I ever figured out the order of the abbots. So I suppose one of the first here. So I suppose that answers that. But what we're going to do is we will start with maybe Sister, Lady Rowena, Lady de Braus. Then we'll move on to the abbots. And then we move on to these other busts. I'll just make sure we don't have any other. So there's this mysterious one. And then there is the Southie, the half-faceless face, the twin fish stone. We've kind of done everything we can with the inscribed stone. Yeah, so let's get started with Sister. Alright, drop water. A little water splashes on the stones of the well to nourish the mosses there. We'll put that on the table. This is my backup. We've got another confounding parable, and I'm trying to remember why I got this, because I need to use it before the end of the day. So when it comes to the memories that I'm looking for on the list, so we've got an enduring reflection. Oh god, a forbidden epic. I think that's an edge thing. I don't know if I've ever actually made a forbidden epic, so let's actually, this is one for the spreadsheet. Oh, turns out you need a confounding parable for that, so let's start with the Arab. Oh, interesting. So somehow oh yeah. No, I remember now. So that actually that gives me something here. So if I know that a forbidden epic is I guess that would make that moon. So how the hell do I get the relevant moon in this game? Black Sapphire Wash will help. So maybe the Nocturnary? did I even put the rest of that? That's Refulgan. It's not the easiest thing to make. And I'm too short, so probably the old... Ooh. Cool. All right, so this is rather important. So this is the only place I found a Forbidden Epic. So it makes me wonder if this might be the key for some of my other recipes. I probably should just be consulting the list of, I should be consulting the list of the, ones that I have gaps on, but right now I just kind of want to see what I can throw in. The other challenge is that the recipe for the Forbidden Epic may be unique to Edict's Martial, and the Forbidden Epic might be something for a like a different combination. And that's fine. I mean, it's not that hard for me to generate a confounding parable, but that does mean that my search is going to be a bit broader. Although, come to think of it, for some of these, like, level 15 ones, it would make a lot of sense that I would never try a confounding parable with it because it's not an obvious candidate for me to include. I'm actually quite lucky that I tried. Okay, now this is an interesting one because I don't actually have sufficient moon. For this one, I'm just going to get the second Black Sapphire wash. Just in case. Okay, so no real lessons there other than what we already found, but I'm still happy that I'm nuts. I'm still happy that I tried this, because I did get a lesson for the Forbidden Epic, and I'm trying to remember if any... Well, not even a question of remember. My spreadsheet just has it in Edict's Martial, which I definitely couldn't have told you from memory. But I'm now curious. Now that I know that the confounding parable is an input, it means that I want to try it in other contexts. Now, the next interesting question is, can I make another Black Sapphire wash? I believe that requires Asmiel. And I'm also curious if I can make the old wound in some other way. No, okay, so the old wound is also unique. And it's also Azamel, I guess. Okay, so we don't have a spare Azamel kicking around. Let's just see what we can get with the... existing options. Presumably Inks of Containment will handle this. It does not. Will make the moth. In fact, we only need 2 for the moth there, so plus a liquid. Skin Shuck Mead is absolutely overkill. Oh, you know what? Honey's not, though. Unfortunately, I don't have a good mothy memory to throw in here, so... if I can, I'd like to avoid... I've already used up the trit. I've kind of put myself into a corner here. This doesn't take liquids, and I'm gonna guess that... Well, you know what? The kitchen might just be the trick for these. I do need to find something that'll take moth, though. Moth or lantern. Okay, well, let's use the jail kitchen, because I think this might do the trick. So we'll take Inks of Revelation. I still want to add a honey here, so... In fact, I can add 2 honey and we'll be done. And I have plenty, so... Nope, seasoning doesn't... Right, it only wants 1 liquid. Okay. But, I should have a moth flower of some kind. There we go. Not quite how I was planning on doing it, but it did the trick. And that's just to replace the black sapphire wash. I'm not doing anything too exciting out of that. Now with drums and dances, I'd like to make a Hive's Lament if I can. I've already got a Curious Hunch. Sorry, just need a minute. Okay, so talk with the Stemfling for a Horizon Sight. So Hive's Lament is something that I need. I always thought this one was persistent, but clearly not. Okay, and then I guess the rest of this is really just finding something for me to do with the remaining elements of the soul, because I'm not going to be able to get the old wound back tonight. I think that's kind of it for the day. I don't think there's too much more I can do with it, so I will fast forward. Oh, right, there was the Stemfling. Ava DeWolf taught her father Valentine how to hatch these silvery little villains, but he has never learnt to like them. Time with the beastie. Offer this beast my company. Who knows? Perhaps it will offer something in return. Okay, here is our Ascendant Harmony. And here we go. Sister, Priestess, Oracle, Queen. A very old image from the Dawn period with a simple inscription. Before the Suppression Bureau, before the Curia of the Isle, before the DeWolfs, before the Church, the Sisters of the Knot were here. Almost 100 generations have lived and died since this thing was shaped. I'm just going to leave it be right now. We'll let everything sort of finish its crafting. Hopefully we don't lose too much in the days, in the transition from night to day. The dream of a star is not apparent to the human eye, but its presence, once felt, could not be mistaken for anything else. No star is permitted upon earth, but we may cozen them to dream of us, and the dream of a star may take a kind of form which we call Dijumos. Thomas DeWolf. We have got quite the snowstorm outside now, so I hope you're... Did you send the weather to us, or was this the wind and waiting happening? Okay, the sky and the star. Gnomic exhortations that might be described as emergency procedures for the return of the traveling kind of the Carapace Cross. Each page of this book, except the last, bears a single sign, clear and irrefutable as a gem. The final page is empty. The traveling kinds of the Carapace Cross might never return. So here it is, Newman back into balance. When the traveling Carapace kinds passed beyond the wave and the sky, they made arrangements for their return. There are histories where those arrangements might be invoked. Any librarian can use this to establish a history and complete the game, but the executioner and the revolutionary can win a particular victory. And we'll talk a little bit about the victories we can unlock there, but I think I'll let the knight cross over first. As I used to say in my youth, the day is done, and so am I, but I've earned my pay. And now it suggests a meal would be welcome. Horizon sight. On a clear autumn day, the story goes, you can see Ys from behind the from the Watchman's Tower. I don't know whether that's true, but on a clear day in Numa, you could see the city unbuilt. Dr. Brian Levinson. And the Stimpfling is looking for hissing avidly. They like eggs. So I have an idea about how we're going to make that work. I probably have more eggs than I really need, but... Okay. So let's use the garden. Gather in summer, carrots, tomatoes, marrows, and blessed onions, all the unsung heroes of the stew pot. We will talk with Terence, the chicken. Was this magnificent and indomitable beast named for the rector's indomitable and magnificent housekeeper? Best not to inquire too closely. Offer this beast my company, who knows? Perhaps it will offer something in return. And... oh, I'm 0.8 away on that. That's a bit of a shame. Okay, so back into balance. I don't recall if I took a note. No, I didn't. So I wasn't able to do any of these. And I actually don't think anything has changed. So I'd have to level up. Okay, well, you know what? We won't worry about creating those endings quite yet. What I will do, though, is I'll use it as an input for the Mazarine Fife. I don't even remember which one gave me the Sky Stories, maybe? There's the Wind in Waiting. Okay. So I still want an old wound. Let's probably... we can probably do that at the reading room. Or I would if my Edict's Martial wasn't currently being used. So my first step, now that we've seen Sister, let's take a look at Lady Rowena. For as long as there has been a Hush House, there have been stories of its enigmatic protectress. Investigate the object. You won't use this up or consume it by doing this. Okay, here's the Hive's Lament, a song of pragmatic sorrow. So that's also persistent. So I'm looking for the Wormwood Dream still. I can probably use a Newman for that. Actually, yeah, that's the right call. Okay, the Sheretic Book of Suns, and I think this is one that I want to review at some point in the future, but I don't think I have what it takes to do what I want with it right now, but at the very least I can read. Actually, the more I think of it, I think I got this one from the Chancel. Right, Asmiel. There it is. We're going to turn that into Black Sapphire Wash. Okay, something went wrong here. Oh, yeah. I just want a place with moon right now. Actually, I wonder if the inks of containment... No, the inks would only make inks, so... So one short, but that should be an easy fix. If we add the lunar glow... Oh, right. Okay. So yes, I can do this, but I need to find one more memory, and because the Asmiel is... Actually, I wonder if one of these workbenches will do the trick. Do you take a tool? You do, but then you don't take a liquid, so it doesn't really matter, does it? Unless honey has moon for some reason. No. Okay, you know what? We're just going to wait on that. Okay, sunny day doesn't quite help me in terms of what I was looking for, but I can learn to live with this. I also want to try and keep the day ticking by for at least the better part of it, just because there's not as much for me to do here. Speak half a syllable and feel the beast stir half a coil. Earthquake name, everything comes when it is called, even the nightmares that trouble stone's deep sleep. Okay. This one has moon. Still not quite what I need, though. Should probably bring Reverend Timothy in. I'm not going to use him for memories quite as soon, but it's still helpful to have them. All right, Lady Rowena, for as long as there has been a Hush House, there has been stories of its enigmatic protectress. A Henry Moore piece, perhaps a genuine one. Moore did speak very cautiously of an encounter with a pale commission. Now we move on to the solar period. Okay, Forbidden Epic. The Colonel's lessons and the Lionsmith's lessons have been unkindly and reductively rendered as stab versus thump. Forbidden Epic, the attention of the histories is drawn to the bloodiest wars. Afterwards, the histories are braided like hair. It's also good to know that I can evolve via Oromachistry if I need here. This is actually quite powerful. Oh, that's right. I was gonna get a confounding parable just so I could experiment with that. Okay. So I want an old wound and I want a wormwood dream. Wormwood dream is probably the higher of the two priorities first. We'll go to the Nocturnary again. Oh wait, it might be the higher of the two priorities, but I don't have what it takes for it, so we are going to probably make the Okay, so the easy answer there is we head to the workbench. I remember we did this before. And then the lunar globe, which I'm currently using, is it? Nope. There we go. Reverend Timothy always jumps at the offer of my company. So I'm keeping him for the possibility to generate memories later, but right now I want to tend to the animals. So we are getting an egg from Terrence. We will then feed Terrence. We'll feed the Stimfling, or maybe we feed the Stimfling, then Terrence. And then we can start talking with Reverend Timothy. And now it suggests a meal would be welcome. Cluck, cluck. Okay, let's feed our silvery little devil. The Fett isn't worth a whole lot in terms of cash, so I use that as much as I can at the start. Okay. St. Melisent, visionary philosopher, alchemist, most revered and most heterodox of the Isles Abysses. An inscription in Latin reads, "The cross died not, but passed within." On closer inspection, this is a reliquary bust, which is to say, if I cracked it open, I could retrieve St. Melisent's actual skull. That would be uncouth. So I'm starting to run out of Fett, but we'll carry on with it. Abbot Thomas. Thomas was one of the first abbots here at the beginning of the Solar Gothic period. This bust is much more recent, a 19th century bronze. An inscription reads, "Speech, the first sword." Alright, the Shuretic Book of Sons, a radically different text from any other versions of the Book of Sons attributed to Hagar, Queen of Shur, mother of wolves. Set down with reverence before the intercalate by one who understood what would come to pass. Apocryphal chapters foretell the means by which the sun and splendor and the forge might circumvent the impossibility of their joining through proxies that are in some sense themselves. I actually forgot about that detail, which makes the Great Counterfeit make even more sense to me. So the sun and splendor and the forge of days could not be joined, but Sunset Celia and the Swan King could. This secret is the trick of it. Okay, so I think I was going to use this to make the Wormwood Dream, if I recall correctly. But I can take a quick look at the histories. All right, Twiceborn Victory, the second dawn is nigh. Perhaps the new king is the real thing, and perhaps he's not. Either way, someone will bring the second dawn. Everything will change, and I'll have my third choice. When the librarian records a history, even the hours take note, meaning making this decision cannot be reversed. It will begin the end game. I am intrigued by the way that it says begins the end game, so I have a couple of ideas of things that I might need to do, but we're definitely not recording that history, but it is an option. Now, I don't have the required moon or nectar to see what the alternatives are, and I would like to see what they are, if I can manage it. But I can use it to make things. I can never remember which one. Sea stories? Yeah. Okay, so it turns out I just needed the tryst. Alright, I mean, let's work with that. The Great Counterfeit is going to be easier to use with the Edicts Martial. So I've not quite got through as much as I wanted for the broadcast. We're not done yet, but I do need to catch up on some things for sure. It's mostly, one of the things I was kind of hoping to do over time would be to spend more time following up on these busts, which I've only just recently started. Time, peace, recovery. Alright, so we've got our Foss back. That's good. So all the healing is done, and this now means that if I want to make one of those old moments, I can actually take that overnight with me, which is exactly what I'm going to do. So the scale desk is currently being used. Well, we'll use the shrine. Also, veggies. Okay. I know you all love that sound, so I try to click on it as often as I can. Recall something lost, something scale aspected. Now again, this is not a persistent memory. This is just more something that I can, hang on to overnight. Okay, Abbot Thomas. Thomas was one of the first abbots here at the beginning of the Solar Gothic period. This bust is much more recent, a 19th century bronze. An inscription reads, Speech, the First Sword. The Abbey Chronicles record how Viking mercenaries were quartered at the Abbey. One of their number, Tok, attempted to loot the church, and his eyes are pecked out by thorn-beaked crows. He repented, became a sworn brother of the Abbey under the name Thomas, and rose in time to be abbot. But that was not the end of his story. Investigate the object. Oh, I forgot to, I meant to look at this bust as well. Well, or not, this isn't a bust, but the statue. It's slightly out of order, but we'll make it work. Okay, there's a confounding parable. This is more so for my experimentation. And here's the old wound. Okay. So if I go for Edicts Martial, then I can combine the Great Counterfeit here. Again, the reason I feel okay doing this is because I... hang on. Oh yeah, the Lunar Globe solves that. Forgotten Crime of Moon and Winter. Yeah. I think that actually gets me all of my persistent memories. I might double check a couple of other ones, but so the list that I have is this is written down from a spreadsheet where I was sort of working this stuff out. So I now have, in addition to having multiple notebooks for this game, I have multiple spreadsheets. I've got the Enduring Reflection. So that's this one here, Heart, Knock, and Rose. Forbidden Epic. So this is actually the first one that I think we've really built for this run. Maybe we built another one, but obviously I did something to put it in the sheet. So this is quite powerful. 6 edge for Moon and for Rose. Horizon Sight. So that came from the Stimfling. That's a 4 Rose. I used to think that probably Horizon Sight was the Forbidden Epic, but clearly Forbidden Epic seems to be the higher level version. Occult Scrap, which we have right here. An Old Wound. Wormwood Dream is currently under construction. Ascendant Harmony. Didumos. Wind and Waiting. That's currently being made at Solomon's desk. Pale desk. Earth Sign is in the inventory. Hive's Lament is in the inventory. A Curious Hunch right here. And then an Earthquake Name right here. So unless I... Now, it's possible that I misrecorded some of the... You know, it might be that I didn't properly write down what some of the alternatives would be. You know, I could... how do I put it? Like... I could have written something down as a memory, but not as a persistent memory, because I wasn't really keeping track of that at the time. But this is seeming roughly consistent with where we were in the previous run. So there's a couple things that need to bear fruit, but really at this point here, we're investigating the house. And then I am going to mess around with the various Newman. But that would come after I upgrade Elements of the Soul, and I want to be kind of careful about how I do that. Right now I have lots of Elements of the Soul to throw at my problems. So maybe I want to experiment with the Newman after Numa. A full belly makes a helpful friend. Okay, let's feed the chicken. Satisfy this creature's appetite. Food will make a hungry beast or a wild one cooperative. One last pipe shrill and the wind is still. So, when the sun was redder, when the world was softer, and the 30 ruled the sky. I got to think about who the 30 are. Or maybe... So there's, I think, 6 dead hours. That's a bit of a stretch. This might be Carapace related. When the sun was redder, when the world was softer, and the 30 ruled the sky, the winds were better neighbors. Okay. So if the goal was to... Yeah, okay. So if my goal was to get all of the persistent memories in preparation for the next Numa, I've accomplished that now. So probably what I want to do in terms of taking notes. So there's there's a couple priorities here, and they're conflicting ones. So one of the things that I would like for the next Numa is to have as many elements of the soul available to me so that I can upgrade the relevant skills. And this is, this is probably the biggest priority because it's so costly to get to Numa, that I want to make the most of that season if I can. Now, the good news is we have a lot in terms of Spintria, and we know that we can make a lot when that season comes. So that may be, that may be sufficient, right? And I mean, again, I believe I do net a profit in Numa. So, maybe it is worth trying to just cycle through it more quickly. The aim here would essentially be to cycle through as many visitors for the matter of the Sanctuary Draft and the Affair of the Friars Tapestry, so that I can wind up with Kernwek Henneveck, because as it is, that is the only... Actually, oddly enough, I don't think we have any Newman written in that language, though, so it's not as critical, but still, that is the one language we don't have. So, yeah, on the don't level up any elements of the soul side, that is... that's a pretty compelling argument, because we really do want to get to that point where we have all of our commitments, and then at that point we can just sort of level things up to our heart's content, and we can do all of the exploration we want, and then we make a true final decision in terms of what history we want to commit. Whereas now this is just exploration in between, and so it's a little harder to say what the advantage is, other than it makes me less impatient. So I kind of have answered my own question here. I think maybe what I will do, in addition to trying out some of the various recipes, maybe one of the things that I will try is I'll make an effort to read the Numa texts, and it's not about getting the memory, it's not about getting any information about the histories, but it's so I can take those notes about which ones are for the Twiceborn, and the more I think of it, the more I actually think that that's the way to go about it. So I'll do investigations in terms of the busts, but my reading will primarily be just seeing the contents of these books, what comes out, and what ones I think are most relevant to my character. And then we'll do another cycle where we go through the various texts to see what the actual result of various histories are. All right, Abbot Geoffrey. It was Abbot Geoffrey who gave Natan of Regensburg sanctuary here, and decreed the building of the Barber's Tower where Natan and his family could dwell. In 15th century England, only a determined and well-respected abbot could have persuaded the brothers to shelter a Jewish physician. The bust is carved from hazelwood. The night before Natan's arrival at the Isle, Abbot Geoffrey recorded a certain prophetic dream, and there is an old tradition in this country concerning the prophetic virtues of hazel. Perhaps none of these things are related. You can just bear with me a second here. Sorry, I should have been... I was late in starting, and one of the things that I've noticed is that when I am late in starting, basically I rush. And it means I leave certain things undone. And the problem is that they tend to come back... tend to come back during the stream, at which point I kind of ask the question, well, did I really save any time? Because clearly nobody wants to sit and hear somebody scrolling through a phone or otherwise dealing with things coming up. So I do apologize. I'll try and keep this as short as I can. Okay, I think we're good. So, we've looked at the abbots. The only thing that I missed was Lady de Brasse, which probably would predate the abbots. Investigate the objects. And yeah, I think in this case, this is just pure story time at this point. So much like all the other texts, we're going to read towards a fundamental aesthetic, sky in the star, etc., or scar in the sky. I don't expect to find anything earth-shattering out of it, but I do want to read them and take some relevant notes on what comes out. All right, Towards a Fundamental Aesthetic, or The House of Glass. Julian Cosley considered this his masterwork. So I can't read them all at the same time because there's they're different memories, but you can only have one Newman at a time. So if you have one in your inventory and then you bring another one in, then essentially you lose. The specific problem I'm trying to avoid is I want to be able to read what they do, like what is the description, what does it say that it's for the Twiceborn, that sort of thing. So it means I'm a little slower in terms of getting through the books, but that's fine because we still have the rest of the season. Lady de Braose, sometimes known affectionately as the First Ava, Lady de Braose never visited the Isle, but it was her generous endowment that allowed the abbey to thrive and grow in the 13th century. Why did Ava de Braose, the widow of a Marcher lord from much further north, take such an interest in St. Brendan's? There are stories. Now that's interesting because I remember we've heard some of those stories about sort of her husband getting set up, but that's apparently not in the statue. Okay, on to the DeWolf. So just a reminder in terms of the order of things. So the first period is the Dawn period. 599 AD is the traditional date of the first foundation here, sometimes called the Abbey of the Black Dove, sometimes the Abbey of the White Crow, but the Sisterhood of the Triple Knot first built their temples here much earlier than that. Then there's the Solar Gothic period. From the 11th to early 16th century, the Sisters and Brothers of St. Brendan's dwelt on the Isle. It was a holy place, a wealthy place, and a centre of learning, though a surprisingly obscure one. Then, in 1534, the Bronze King Henry dissolved the foundation, exiled the Brethren, and gave the Isle to the family de Wolf. From there, we move to the baronial period. In the 16th century, the de Wolf family became the Barons Brankrug, governing the Isle as their personal estate, until 1759 when their line ended in madness and death. This brings us to the Curia period. In the 18th century, a secretive cabal of scholars established the Curia of the Isle to manage Hush House, making it a haven of knowledge until 1896 when a disgraced librarian brought the house to penury. And finally, the most recent period, the Nocturnal. By the beginning of the 20th century, an unwise librarian's enthusiasms had brought Hush House to penury. Nocturnal Branch, later the Suppression Bureau, stepped in to offer an arrangement. Hush House received funding, but submitted to yearly inspections and also surrendered a portion of the Isle for the branch's prison. So the interesting question here would be, is this considered the Nocturnal period? Are we still in the Nocturnal period? Or are we in a certain period which would be considered unique from Nocturnal, but basic? It's kind of like asking, I don't know. Okay, this is like a grim example to give, but I think it's probably one that people wouldn't question as a useful example as well. So like 9/11, right? That is clearly an event that has significant importance. But how someone would define the periods, right? You can do so at the time. You can maybe come up with some sort of division, which sort of says, okay, you've got the fall of the Berlin Wall, you've got the Cold War, and then you have this shift. I mean, I'm kind of choosing this because this is what the game Labyrinth does. If you've ever seen the cover for Twilight Struggle, and then you take a look at the cover for Labyrinth, there is very clearly comparisons that are being made between the two games, and as a consequence, between the conflicts that they depict. But again, what would you call that period? Where would you draw the borders? What is significant? Well, you kind of need history to play out for that. One of the reasons I also mention this too is that I do occasionally check in on a subreddit called Ask Historians, and it was interesting because I think they say something, was it like 20 years or so? So there was a note which sort of says, this is the time where you can talk about this major event, and so we just want to remind people what the rules for this subreddit are, and so on and so forth. So anyways, like I said, this kind of a grim example for something like this game. But it's interesting to wonder, would this still be considered the Nocturnal period, even though the Nocturnal branch I don't believe really exists anymore. I think it is the Suppression Bureau. It would be kind of hard to imagine us being in a new period because we don't build any new rooms. And I mean, maybe it's not about the construction of the rooms, right? Like maybe maybe these are, because I mean, this is clearly this room was used by the dwarfs too. But what rooms would be sort of relabeled to whatever period it is? Interesting question. I don't really know what I would consider to be sort of defining rooms of the age of this librarian, if it's something other than Nocturnal. Anyways, we're going to use Arab to look at Henrik de Wolf. Is there anything else I can do? Not really. I mean, there are things that I can do, but they're not the most important. I think right now I'm going to settle for just examining things until we get a new book. Oh yeah, there was also the thing I wanted to do with the Kronsakor. We'll take care of the librarians and the barons first. But yeah, so Hendrik de Wolf is the first of the baronial period. A full belly makes a helpful friend. Here we go. All right, towards a fundamental aesthetic, or the House of Glass, Julian Cosley considered this his masterwork. Techniques for perception and analysis which permit invidious and apocalyptic conclusions. Probably the most assiduously suppressed book in history. The entire run was destroyed, and even the presses were melted and dispersed, but the manuscript edition has survived. The perfect hegemony of the hours is perhaps eternal, but Cosley proposes and describes confinement inescapable, aesthetic and optical techniques which might contain even an hour, profoundly disrupting the order of the Mansis. He presents this as his own work, but there are hints here and there that he received inspiration or even assistance from the nowhere hour named Snow. Now, what I like about that description for the for Towards a Fundamental Aesthetic is the fact that we found the second edition. With keeper level scale, old moment can lead to an earthquake name. So you'll be pleased to know this is the last I have to do with St. Tintretto for a bit. Inescapable confinement. Everything ultimately comes down to a choice between eternity and history. There is only one place you're safe from both, and not a place anyone would want to be. It's a prison that can only exist in certain histories. So I think I've already made a note of... Yeah, so this... I'll show you just for the sake of illustration, but Nock always seems to produce some variation on the gods from stone will have their vengeance, or... That's not the actual line. The gods from stone will be revenged. In this history, a prison will open to a certain ancient hour of might, and the old compacts will be sundered. Let the gods from stone take their revenge. When the librarian records a history, the hours take note. Even the hours take note. Making this decision cannot be reversed. It will begin the end game. So I already have a variation of this, which is unique to the Twiceborn. So I wouldn't want to go for this. And I mean, I don't want to go for this for all sorts of reasons, but right now, one of the main reasons is it's just not as interesting as the one that is specifically tailored to my character. I can't really do much with the scale or the winter. I think actually the winter, I'm just shy of what I need. I can verify that really quick at the Pale desk. Oh. I did write that down. And I also put a big X beside it. There will be no second dawn. The adepts of this history, my last and greatest work, will make a prison for the sharpest lights, the most perilous fires, and the kindling spark that might have been the dawn. But I definitely know I don't have the scale required. Anyways, we have time in the day, so I'm going to go back to Collar's desk, and we're going to read the second edition of Towards a Fundamental Aesthetic. And this will shed some light on why. So when you... This is one of the things that I really like about the way that Book of Hours is written, and it comes up a lot. It may not like signpost it. It may not like really set off fireworks and bring your attention to it, but there is something that it will say, and you'll like, so something like this is the run was pulped or whatever, and you're like, okay, yeah, because it's forbidden knowledge, you're not supposed to be looking at this sort of stuff, it's big scary book, that's why it was destroyed. But there's actually another reason for this, which we'll find when we get to the second one. And there's several cases in Book of Hours where you have something that is a perfectly reasonable assumption, but there is enough that's sort of left for interpretation. And the game does this very nice job of sort of pacing things out so that you do get surprised, or at least I get surprised, because I am very quick to rush to judgment in some of these cases. But I don't know, I like it, so I should probably stop. Should maybe stop holding back to so that you can all experience it. But just give me a second here. Hendrik de Wolf, first Baron Brandkrug, known for his pious, merciless justice, granted Brandkrug Isle in 1536 after the dissolution of St. Brendan's. De Wolf had been a mercenary captain on the continent under the notorious Martin van Rossum. He was a hard man in a hard time, but not a simple one. He left van Rossum's service after the sack of The Hague, apparently after a spiritual crisis. It is known that he was at one point in training as a priest. So now we move on to Thomas de Wolf, who's responsible for the name Hutch. I guess we should use Whist if we're going to be looking at Thomas. All right, there's the black sapphire wash. That's the replacement for the one that I used. And we have the last of the persistent memories that I needed. Let's hope it is equally possible to forget this again. If there are laws which apply only in Dream, then it must also be that there are crimes which can only be committed there. So the old moment is something that I need to manually preserve. For the rest of them, they'll hang around no matter what. And this is kind of my arsenal for the next time Numa stops by. I'm just going to take a minute and put the black sapphire wash in the dispensary. Okay, and then conversation-wise, we'll talk with Reverend... Oh, that's right, sorry, I forgot. I was going to use the confounding parable to... Wait a minute, I don't have the confounding parable. Oh, here it is. Yeah, so I was going to use the confounding parable to see if I could find an alternative to... An alternative way to make the Forbidden Epic, although I'm feeling less confident on that now. Let's actually do this. Let's do this right now. So, my best bet is to use the existing tables that I've already created. So, Menace Gate Reflections and Edicts Martial. Actually, Edicts Martial should be filled now. Yep. So it's only Menace Gate Reflections that remains. be a tough one. Okay, let's try the Practic Garden dummy. Alright, so I'm limited to memories at this point. I don't have a... Well, the Forbidden Epic is the best edge that I can throw in here. So yeah, this is a problem because I need to find a way of getting the Confounding Parable in with enough edge. Okay, so my next bet. So if I go for the Confounding Parable, we can still do the metal. We have to do Menescape Reflections. All of these are we take for granted. But if I add the edge, I can't remember if that's a Nillican. Yeah. That's still 12 though, so I'm still coming up short. Okay. Good lord. If I try, yeah, it's not going to take the Confounding Parable. So I apparently need to find something that will take edge while also, well, this I can kind of cheat with. So let's make it happen. Again, Forbidden. Oh, there's a limit to how much I can cheat. Okay. I suspect we've got the Lignum Vitae block, which will help me a little bit. I better hope the devotion lets me put something big. I need something with 4 edge, so it's pretty clear I can't put the thing I want, which is the ink. Although, a relevant Newman should suffice. I think the dog is just a little too short on edge. Yeah, not a little. It is quite far on the edge. The only tools we have give me 1. Omens are interesting, but again, I just don't think we have the edge. I think the Forbidden Epic is my best source of edge. Oh, actually, the Wormwood Dream. Nah, the Wormwood Dream's just 1 short. Ah! I'm actually wondering if this is messing with me and I need a bunch of moon. Well, if I need a bunch of moon, I'm still short. And it's actually worse than the alternative. Okay, you know what? I don't think I have what I need to mess with this yet. Still, good to know that Edict's Marshal is down. I'm going to try and push this to getting an offer for a book. An afternoon spent profitably reading newspapers to the curious, writing affectionate letters for the lonely, steering farmers through the requirements of the Ministry of Agriculture. All right. Thomas DeWolf, this bust is carved from limestone. Thomas DeWolf, called Baron Silence, second of his line astronomer, aeronoscoper, who followed in the footsteps of his long-deceased namesake. We read about over here. Walter DeWolf, 3rd Baron Brandkrug. This is a little bit more about just collecting memories from Reverend Timothy in case I need to use them to make something. Okay, Towards a Fundamental Aesthetic, 2nd edition, or The Refinements of Light. Julian Cosley had never wanted or expected to write a 2nd edition of his masterwork. Julian Cosley long regarded Solomon Husher as a charlatan, but his friend Nina Lagasse painted 3 paintings before her death in 1895, and these paintings apparently convinced Cosley to change his mind. With considerable irritation, he revised his magnum opus. The perfect hegemony of the hours is perhaps eternal. Cosley had always championed history rather than eternity, the exceptions, limitations, contradictions of freedom, but Husher's and Lagasse's work convinced him to believe in the paradox of the eternal ending, a means in which perfection might be reconciled with freedom. He's not happy about it. This is perhaps the angriest book ever written of a peaceful, in support of a peaceful philosophy of acceptance, but Cosley always was scrupulous about his conclusions. So the idea here of the complete destruction of the run, there is the suggestion that this could in fact be but the product of Cosley's own work, that, you know, recognizing his error, he sought to, you know, not to have the inaccuracy put out into the world, and instead produced a 2nd edition. I have no idea if that's the specific reason, but it's an interpretation that I kind of like, and again, for the simple reason that it's not the first time that you read one thing and you have a perfectly reasonable kind of interpretation on that, and then you play a little bit more and you get a bit of extra information, and it gives you it gives you just like one small detail that completely throws your assumption out the window and gives you something even more interesting. But of course, this is also sometimes the frustration with this game at points. I don't mean frustration in a particularly strong sense, but just the idea that you have these tantalizing glimpses, and then you get a how do I put it? That extra revelation. You get that extra push. But then after you sort of like, I want to know more. What do you mean this is the only thing? Like what 3 paintings would be a good example of this? And you don't have anything else, right? You're left to usually you're kind of left to figure out what's going on. Final understanding. Eternity and history cannot be reconciled. Freedom cannot be perfection, not unless we understand the paradox of the eternal ending, and only in certain histories is that paradox possible. Julian Cosley long regarded Solomon Husher as a... Oh, sorry, we read all of that before. I'm losing it. I'm sorry. Okay, now I am looking for something with a bit more edge to it, but I think in this case I'm just going to read the books in sequence. So unless there's something that the final understanding gets me, I think we've already established that I don't have anything to... so the ones that I can do right now are Lantern, Knock, Forge. Actually, the Forge ones are of particular interest. So Lantern, Knock, Forge, Moth. I think that's it. We'll see. There may be other upgrades that I can do, but For now, we're just going to admire. Okay. Oh. And this is the Magnate. I guess we did just recently read this one, so let's move on to the Serpent Root. I think this is the first one that we found, like through solving a puzzle. Oops. Walter de Wolf, 3rd Baron Brandkrug. I should actually probably also note the labels on the niche. That's too much work. Walter de Wolf, who found Hush House a drafty castle and left it a stately home, but who will always be remembered for his cowardice, his sorrow, and his son's Brian's treachery. All right, now I always get the order wrong here. Yes, so Musgrave is the 4th. Almost done the day. All right. Musgrave de Wolf. This bust is carved from wood. Cherry? Musgrave de Wolf, who was mocked as the Bleeding Baron even while Brandkrug prospered quietly, who was renowned for his piety, but who won praise from the magus Julian Cosley. A quiet contradiction of a man. And then Gideon de Wolf. Now, actually, this interests me. So, oh no, the 4th, 5th, then Valentine's 6th, Ava's 7th. So no, there's no. No gap. Okay, so again, the reason we're doing this, I'm specifically interested in Willem Harries and Gervenius van Loren. There's both the reference to William Harries with the key, but then there's also Gervenius with the lock, and there's other references to this relationship. But I need to I need to get a better understanding, so I'm going to be trying as much as I can to look up the details. But I figured it's also good just to read through all of the librarians anyway. Okay, so Serpent Root, a massive rootstock, shiny with age but still somehow viable. Tiny spidery scratchings marked with embedded eggshell shards encode a cryptic message. Seaborn, tide-drawn, Menascate sister, witch lover, the House of the Moon will always have its messenger, though its messenger is different each time, in eye and flesh and heart. Fights, feats, posterns, loopholes set down against the advent of eternity by powers favoring imperfection and impermanence. Here are the loopholes. So, when eternity came into the world, certain prudent powers arranged loopholes. The House of the Moon, the persistence of possibility, the right to vengeance. In the right histories, those loopholes will open again. Any librarian can use this to establish a history and complete the game, but the Twiceborn can win a particular victory. And we have 2 available to us right now, so I think one of them still talks about the revenge of the gods from stone. Twiceborn victory, the gods from stone will be revenged. In this history, the old exceptions will come alive, and the gods from stone pass through the loopholes to have their revenge. In that new order, I will find my 3rd choice. Alternatively, with Moth, I guess I can't find that because I don't have the Tryst. So we'll let it sleep for a bit. Okay, Gideon DeWolf, this bust is terracotta, brightly painted. Gideon the physician, fifth of his line, nicknamed the Motley Baron by those who disliked him and the Cutter by those who feared him. So we can probably move on to Valentine. I think we have one more for the day. If I don't, I mean, if it was Numa coming up, I would be a little bit worried about it. If it's just a normal day, it's no biggie. Okay, investigate the object. You won't use this up or consume it by doing this. Valentine DeWolf. In Valentine DeWolf, 6th Baron Brandkrug, known for his eccentricities. In the sky he sought his friends, an inscription reads. In 1721, poor Valentine fell from the top of the Gullscrike Tower. Perhaps it was melancholia that killed him. There were no witnesses, and his body was not found for 3 days. His son Eels was in no fit shape to inherit, and so his daughter Ava became Baroness at the age of only 19. And Oriflammes. Ooh! The 3 and the 3 Karashim manuscript, a more recent version of a much older text. This book describes the operations of the Chancel and the Calyptra, 2 triads of hours with subtle, far-reaching powers and responsibilities. It has been heavily censored, but even so contains potent secrets. This is definitely worth picking up, and it's actually not that expensive, so Oriflammes thanks you for your custom. Now, I did say I wanted to see what the deal was with Moth and loopholes. I've written this down before, but I think it's... I didn't realize I had 2 Trist. What am I doing? Uzalt. Okay, a city forever unbuilt. I found a place of safety in a city that will never be built, a fortress of paradox. Or alternatively, the default version, this history will be my last and greatest work. The city so long dreamt of will be safe outside existence, preserved by paradox. But again, I don't really see a reason why I would want to do the version that... I don't quite see the reason why I would do this for... I don't see why I would... why I would have something that is specifically for the Twiceborn and not use it, right? So I do want to see what the moon story is here, but we're really not... We're not there. The best I could do would be... Oh yeah, I'm kind of doubly hurt, actually. It's just to show you what a challenge I have on the moon front. So if I take my Trist, which already has 1 moon, and I take Inks of Containment, I take Loopholes, the Journal, and then I try and add the Moon Ink, which I'll see if I can do this from memory. It's either Porphyr, yeah, Porphyr. So we're at 22. I'm 3 short, which that is a lot to ask for my Trist to get leveled up. It may just be that this is an option that I can't explore, which, you know, bit of a shame, but not the end of the world. I should be careful to say not the end of the world. That is actually, I suppose, potentially one of the things that can happen with Gods from Stone coming back. Doesn't strike me as a particularly warm. Well, I guess it depends on your perspective, but that doesn't strike me as a particularly warm ending. All right, let's think. I think we just read another book. I'm trying to think what the loopholes gets me that's useful to today, and I think it's probably more. I think this stuff is more useful to me as, it's more useful to me as a like just something to read rather than. Oh, actually, this is really convenient. So we got the 3 and the 3 Saint Chiavi. Hey, Vesper Fortune, how you doing? I'm actually getting ready to wrap up reasonably soon. But you've picked a good time because we're getting another copy of the 3 and 3. And I figure what I can do here is I can actually read every copy and compare them. So, but how are you doing, Vesper and Fortune and Raiders? For those of you who do not know Vesper, and thank you for giving a warm welcome to the Raider Solfea. We've got a couple streamers that I like inside here. Vesper Fortune. Now, I don't think you were doing Final Fantasy most recently, but Vesper Fortune is somebody who I did find through Cultist Simulator, actually, not necessarily Book of Hours, although I believe he has an intention of playing that as well. He's a VTuber, but a variety VTuber, so does a little bit of everything, up to and including watch parties of classic Christmas films for the holiday spirit. He also did a nice sort of summary of some of the things that he was looking forward to doing. That's right, you were doing Inscription. I saw you as I was going through. A card game for children, no doubt. But yes, if you like Cultist Simulator stuff and you want to see more of it, I know Vesper is going to be, well, first of all, Inscription's already a good one, but I know Vesper's probably going to be doing some more of that in the medium to long term. And on top of that, it's just very nice to hang out with. And for those of you who are coming in from Vesper's side, I can mention Solfea, who had the misfortune of coming in sort of early to kind of came in early for the broadcast, and so I always feel a little bad whenever I shout out people at the start of the broadcast, because chances are there's nobody in there. But Solfea's been very generous with her own shout outs, has a very nice broadcast, very relaxed one. A lot of both name streamers and more casual streamers stop by, has a nice relaxed atmosphere, and is Australian. And so can tell you about all of the poisonous things found on this that island, and our favorite country of Africa. You can learn a lot about our favorite country of Africa. Sorry, I completely lost where I was going. Right, we were getting ready to read. So it's going to take 3 minutes to buy the book and then go through. So I guess I'm going through the whole day. But that's fine. I can live with that. And then I think I'll also prepare the letter to petition for Numa. And in case anybody thinks that I actually think Africa is a country, Solfea was talking about a situation in a universe. I've actually had a situation like this happen myself, where apparently there was an instructor that docked marks, and I can't remember whether it was flipping country and continent or continent and country. And it was like the assignment was supposed to be about like a country or a continent, and Australia was used as an example. And the marks were docked because of well, one or the other. Where basically it's like, no, you can't. This doesn't meet the assignment because of the you're talking about a continent or a country or whatever the thing is. And Solfea points out that there are plenty of government resources which, go out of the way to explain it is both. And as Canada is, for those of you who can, this stuff really matters. I'm I will draw your attention to... I don't know if this is specifically the reason for Australia doing this, but Canada has just recently finished a 50-year, or, well, 49, I guess, year war with Denmark. I don't know, how many of you know about the war / border dispute between Denmark and Canada that had been going on since 1973. It ended in 2022. Is anybody aware of the fact that... I am serious on this, by the way. There's an entry for it. Units involved: Royal Danish Army, Royal Danish Navy. Units involve Canadian Army, Royal Canadian Navy. Unknown strength for Canada, because we tend to keep you all laugh. You're laughing at me, but this is serious. Anyways, these distinctions matter sometimes when it comes to matters. So I will reveal. The Whiskey War, known as the Liquor Wars, was a bloodless war and border dispute between the Kingdom of Denmark and Canada over Hans Island. Between 1973 and 2022, the island was under dispute between the two nations, although never amounting to direct conflict or violence. Both countries agreed on a process in 2005 to resolve the issue, which was finally settled in 2022, resulting in the creation of a land border on the island between the two states. Which makes me wonder... My question here, because we now border Denmark, in 2022, my question was whether or not we are allowed to participate in Eurovision as a result. Anyways, that's a separate question. But yes, Canada now has a border to Europe. Background: Hans Island, known in Tartupalk in Greenlandic, is in the middle of the Kennedy Channel between Greenland and Ellesmere Island. Hans Island is approximately 1.3 kilometers square in size and is barren. Hans Island is not inhabited, although through the 19th century it was used by indigenous Inuit populations in the area. The Canadian claim to the island arose from the 1880 purchase of Hudson's Bay Company land to Canadian government territory. The Danish argument was that Hans Island was vital to their indigenous populations for fishing, creating an integral part of the nearby Greenlandic area. Canada and Denmark signed an agreement through the United Nations on the 17th of December 1973. The agreement set out to delimit the continental shelf between the two nations. This was influenced by the maritime boundary line, which fell almost directly down the middle of Hans Island. The agreement states, the government of the Kingdom of Denmark and the government of Canada have agreed as follows. Article 1. The dividing line in the area between Greenland and the Canadian Arctic Islands, established for the purpose of each party's exploration and exploitation of natural resources of that part of the continental shelf, which in accordance with international law appertains to Denmark and to Canada respectively, is a median line which has been determined and adjusted by mutual agreement. Article 2, 1. In implementation of the principles set forth in Article 1, the dividing line between latitude 6100 north, latitude 7500 North Davis Strait, Baffin Bay shall be a series of geodesic lines. Although the agreement was passed by both nations, there's still a long-standing dispute between the two nations. It was seen as low priority from the Canadian side. A Canadian Special Senate Committee on the Arctic meeting was held on March 18, 2019, where the conflict was deemed almost significant by Michael Byers, a professor of and Canada Research Chair at the University of British Columbia, consulting as a civilian on the matter. The conflict. All right, opening salvos of the Whiskey Wars. In 1984, Canadian soldiers visited the island and planted a Canadian flag, also leaving a bottle of Canadian whiskey. The Danish Minister of Greenland Affairs came to the island himself later the same year with a Danish flag, a bottle of schnapps, and a letter stating, "Welcome to the Danish island. Velkommen til den danske ø." The two countries proceeded to take turns planting their flags on the island and exchanging alcoholic beverages. There are also Google advertisements used to promote their claims. The minor border dispute was often considered humorous between the two nations, with diplomats displaying good humor. Despite the serious official nature of the manner in which the conflict was prosecuted was lighthearted, demonstrated by the length of time taken to settle the dispute. You like schnapps more, so the Danes got you. Borderline bannable offense, but I like your stream, so I'll let you stay around. And or no, hang on. You should be angry at the Danes then, because through the giving of the schnapps to the Canadians, it denied you the schnapps, right? It's taking from the global supply to prosecute their wars. If they weren't participating in the whiskey war, there would be more schnapps for people to consume. But no, instead, they are using it to enforce their unjustified territorial claims on the Canadian land. If nothing else, both nations are on friendly terms and are also founding members of NATO. Peaceful resolution. Canadian newspaper The Globe and Mail reported on June the 10th, 2022 that the Canadian and Danish governments had settled on a border across the island, dividing it between the Canadian territory of Nunavut and the Danish autonomous territory of Greenland. The resolution occurred during the 2022 Russian invasion of Ukraine. Hence, the settlement of the territorial dispute between Canada and Denmark was meant to create a symbolic example to other nations, implying to Russia that land disputes can be resolved peacefully. That's fair, Vesper. The resolution had the side effect of giving Canada and Denmark a land border with each other, which means that both countries no longer border only one other country, the United States and Germany, respectively. The resolution was ratified in the Danish Folketing on December 19th, 2023, thereby ending the dispute from the Danish perspective. It's interesting that the Canadian side isn't mentioned yet. So, timeline from 1980 to 1983, Canadian firm Dome Petroleum did research on and around the island. 1984, Canadian soldiers placed a bottle of Canadian whiskey and their flag on the island. 1984, Tom Hoyam, Danish Minister for Greenland, chartered a helicopter to the island, placing a flag and a bottle there. 88, Danish Arctic Ocean Patrol cutter HDMS Tulugak arrived on the island, built a cairn, and placed a flagpole and a Danish flag on the island. 1995, Danish liaison officer and geodesists flew in and placed another flagpole and flag. Late August 1997, the Danish Arctic Ocean Patrol cutter HDMS Agpa tried to reach the island, but was forced to turn around 241 kilometers from the island owing to extreme ice brought on by the legendary Canadian Ice Corps. Keith Dewing and Chris Harrison, geologists with the Geological Survey of Canada who were mapping northern Ellesmere Island, flew by helicopter to the island. August 13th, 2002, the Danish inspection ship HDMS Veteran arrived and erected a new cairn, flagpole, and flag, finding the 1988 flag missing and the 1995 flag in pieces. August 1st, 2003, a crew of the Danish frigate HDMS Triton landed on the island and replaced the Danish flag again. July 13th, 2005, Canadian soldiers land on the island, placing a traditional Inuit stone marker, the Inukshuk, with a plaque and a Canadian flag. July 20th, 2005, as a symbolic move, Canadian Defence Minister Bill Graham set foot on the island. July 25th, 2005, Danish government official announced Denmark would issue a letter of protest to Canada. July 25th, 2005, Deputy Premier of Greenland, Joseph Motzfeldt, stated the island had been occupied by Canada, stating that experts should determine which country the island belongs to. July 28th, 2005, Danish ambassador to Canada published an article in the Ottawa Citizen newspaper regarding the Danish view on the Hans Island issue. August 4th, 2005. I want to make sure there aren't too many. There's a lot more entries. I just want to get to the booze. I think I'll skip over the rest of these because I was hoping for a few more booze incidents. But yeah, anyways. Whiskey War of 1973 to 2002. Many a liter has been spilled. The other one that may interest you... So Ukrainian took the top spot very recently. There's a lot of Canadians on this list. There's, a fair number of United States, but notice how high Canada's on here. There's also an Australian one up here. So it's more we can fight with more than booze if we have to. The booze ones are a little more fun to talk about, though. Well, that's why we like watching your streams, though, Vesper. But yeah, hopefully the Hans Island Whiskey Wars was a fun little anecdote, because I'm probably going to finish when we finish reading the 3 and the 3. And like I said, I'm going to read the all 3 manuscripts side by side. Reverend Timothy is always, always happy to chat. Okay. So now we just wait on a minute and a half for... Need more Liquor Wars. What we need is we need someone to make a level of Hans Island in Fortnite. And then everybody can be... It'll be a class-based battle royale where all the different types of booze fight each other for ownership of the island. How you doing, Nearly Logical? We just finished talking about the bloodless conflict between Canada and Denmark that was resolved in 2022 after raging since 1973. The Whiskey Wars for Hans Island, which were a real thing. Gonna lurk and do post-stream stuff. Please continue the education of your bats. No worries at all. And yes, for those of you who stuck around from Vesper's stream, I do appreciate that. I do say to people rather frequently, you sign up for one experience on Twitch. I know my style is not for everyone, particularly tonight. I kind of feel like I haven't exactly been phoning it in, but I've been a bit scattered, and I went a bit ranty about one of the articles that I wrote. Obviously, the most a broadcaster's ever going to ask is a chance to entertain you, so I do appreciate you all hanging out, and obviously it reflects well on Vesper that you've done so I appreciate it. All right, so we now have the Karashim manuscript, a more recent version of a much older text. We'll read all of it as we move through. I'll probably go through the Karashim to the Solar? Or Vatican. We'll do Karashim, Vatican, and then Saint Chiavi. And again, there's other things I could be doing. I could be doing gardening and so on and so forth, but I've got a lot of stuff in the house right now, and I don't really need any more. So I'm going to collect knowledge at the moment. And then, like I said, I guess that we can write down the petition. So, Porphyryne, the Encastum Terminale of the Second History. It's the glowing crimson mauve of the secret histories. Porphyryne was venerated in secret by a confraternity of corresponding Cluniacs and Benedictines. Use an Encastum ink with your journal to make determinations and record histories. If the hours listen, the world changes. Porphyryne might also be used to compose a petition for the Labyrinth season. If you can provide at least 20 Nock, Rose, or Moon, no Edge, Heart, or Winter at all, and suitable writing material. So I have a few options here. Right now we've got the Nock, oh, hang on, we can't use Anthropoderm. That means I should probably buy some more paper. Yeah, we've got some, but I should start. I should start keeping closer tabs on the paper I have available. So let me just see here. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so option number 1. Oh yeah, I'm also going to need to generate the memory.
Greed, for lack of a better word.
Oh, hey! I don't know.
Good.
I don't know who ordered the Chaosium Call of Cthulhu bundle, but thank you very much for doing so. I don't know. I'm assuming the amount that it gives is the amount paid for the bundle, but however much you decided to give to me, I do appreciate using that. Hey, thanks, Nearly Logical. I actually had my eye on that, so I guess now I need to follow in your footsteps. I was gonna fill out my tax information for them, and then it expired because I wanted a photo of my passport and I didn't have one. So that gave me a good reminder to follow up on that too. But thank you. I hope you enjoy. No, it's all good. Like it stops me from being able to cash out from that. But the funny thing is that so the origins of this, and again, this is, please don't take this as like a really significant complaint about the audience. This is just like one of those things. But like, the original version of Epic's like creator program was quite good. I thought the terms were very good. And I liked the program. They've changed it around now, and it doesn't really work for a smaller broadcaster for me. So it was like I'd been somewhat hesitant to take on certain partnerships, and I was actually I'd been given an offer for the Humble Bundle one before, and I was actually kind of uncomfortable with it. But it's also fair to say that there were a lot of people who were very, very vocal about, a lot of people from me, obviously, in absolute terms, I'm a very small streamer, but there were quite a few people who were very vocal about the fact they did not like me having the affiliate link at all. And I mean, to their credit, they did accept that, the presence of an option does not mean that they need to use such an option, right? I think it's completely fine to not care for the Epic Store, but the idea of closing off the option, as far as I was concerned, they were a very good partner. So I didn't have any complaints about them from the streamer side, and I do use it personally, although Steam is my primary platform because I think it's like the primary platform for everyone. But I obviously didn't have the same hang up of over Epic that others did. So basically the response was like, well, I'd really want to buy something from your channel to support it, but I refuse to use Epic. And I'm like, okay, well, fair enough. If you really want me to do this thing, I don't feel so strongly about Humble that, I'm never going to order it. I don't know exactly what the deal was with this. So don't consider this. This is me just sharing. Actually, you know what? I'm not even gonna bother sharing the reason why it was. They did something that made me feel. It was an arrangement that they had with a developer, and I happen to know some details about that arrangement with the developer that made me feel like the developer was getting a not so good deal out of what they were doing. And because I had done quite a bit of work already to talk this thing up and put it forward, it sort of felt like Humble was converting what would have been pure sales for this developer into something that they could make more of a profit. I mean, obviously they'll make a profit off of buying stuff on their storefront, but basically they were taking a bit more from the developer and not really doing anything for it other than sort of telling me that I'd make a little bit of money. So that was basically, I didn't feel good about that. I thought that there could have been more upfront ways of describing the offer, because it was specifically tied to that game, which is why they had approached me. That actually turned me down when I originally applied, and it was because of the size of the channel, which is something they knew about when they originally sent out the application. So I was like, come on, guys, this is not really respectful of anyone's time here. But anyways, so, again, but like I said, it's a somewhat negative view. There are some things I don't necessarily like about Humble Bundle, but it's not a, like, I'll never work with these people thing. There are very few cases where I'm like, I would never work with this person again. I try to be as, tolerant as I can. Really? Not the consumer side? Why do you say that? Because I'm actually very happy with the consumer side. But the punchline to this whole story is after doing all of that work, like Humble, nobody used the Humble link, right? I kind of put all that effort into setting it up, and had the whole sort of dark tea time of the soul to, yep. So I try not to push that too much, Neil. I thank you for doing that, by the way. So that's the problem I have with them, is that as soon as they put in that required amount for their fee, it's like, well, you don't need to do anything now, right? Like the Humble could just suck, and they would not, and they'd still be collecting money. And I can put 0 to the charity. I can put 0 to the people who create. But the one person who will always get paid on every bundle now is Humble. And I'm like, what's Humble about that? So I whenever it comes to the sliders, the big problem that I have with it is that I don't actually feel so good about telling people where to put those slider. I'm happy for them to put the slider as low as possible on Humble. I don't like any suggestion of adjusting the charity slider. I don't necessarily, I'm not such a martyr that I'll say, give me nothing. I've got the link up for a reason. But I kind of feel like once you start talking about the sliders, it's impossible not like to disentangle yourself from that. So I'm glad you brought it up, but that is actually the number one thing I am mad about Humble for now, even with the like other oh, this is weird. So I can't. Oh, right, because this has probably got one of the bad edge, heart, or winter. That's interesting. So apparently that... Apparently I can't make a petition for Numa doing this because... Why? I can't have edge, can't have heart, can't have winter. I've got 4... Oh, it's got heart. Silly me. Enduring reflection? That's got heart as well. This should be fine, though. There we go. Compose a petition to the Beach Crow. With the proper arts and signs and the proper encastum, a librarian of the house might find a way to attract the direct attention of an hour. Beach Crow has no dominion over Numa. No hour does, but he knows it better than some. Perhaps he will find the season. Now, if we use the Horizon site, compose a petition to the Vagabond with the proper arts and signs, the proper encastum terminale, a librarian of the house might find a way to attract the direct attention of an hour. The Vagabond has no dominion over Numa. No hour does, but she does know it better than most. Perhaps the season will follow her here. And then the last one that I can use is Moon. That's going to be a tough one, but... Hi, Onyx. Good to see you. Yeah, fair enough. I mean, the underfeatured store is definitely a long-standing complaint. Though I will say, like, for me, seeing... Oops. seeing how far the store has come to me is the big one. So the thing for me is that I don't necessarily see a new launcher not being as fully featured as the alternative to necessarily being like anti-consumer. They need to get better. They need to do a better product. But the like anti-consumer I sort of see as being like colluding with suppliers to make sure the prices don't go down a certain level. Quality stuff is absolutely like there's a reason why we go to store A that rather than store B. Another person I ran into said that like they didn't like the Epic store because it's full of bots. I have the opposite issue. I get a lot of spamming accounts or like people looking for my old Dota items on Steam. I've never been solicited by a bot on Epic. So like that one I have absolutely no investment in, simply because everybody's individual experiences are going to be different, and I'm really not in a place to tell people how they should feel about things like that. But yeah, no, I would never even I would be like, I'd only be kidding myself if I were to say that Epic is on the same level as Steam's features. Although the thing is that most of the things that people really make a big deal about are features I don't care about for Steam. Like, I don't like Steam's review system. It didn't bother me that there wasn't a review system on Epic. So no, that's fair. It's yeah. I'm not I'm not laying that on you. That was just I'm articulating what I misunderstood about what you said. I'm sorry if that came off as as accusatory. It was more I'm now realizing where the distance was in terms of our feelings about Epic. And thank you, Ionix. Always happy to see you. It's always kind of nice. I shouldn't feel bad because as far as I can tell, Pro isn't streaming, but I'm always like, whenever I see people who I know from other channels, I'm like, oh, I hope I'm not like taking viewers from someone else. It's like, well, it's non-rival, right? It's you can watch more than one, but I'm always happy to see you here. I hope you're doing well. Okay. Where is my moon? So I can't use the wormwood, and I can't use the clouds because it's not enough. The old wound has an edge, so that's not eligible. I actually think we can't do moon. I need to find a source of 3 moon that doesn't have Edgeheart or Winter. And to be honest, my curiosity is just not worth that much. So we're gonna go right down the determination. So the reason why I chose the knock here is that it's not hard for me to get an occult scrap back. I will show you how easy that is. With the proper arts and signs, and the proper incastum, a librarian of the house might find a way to attract the direct attention of an hour. The beach crow has no dominion over Numa. No hour does, but he knows it better than some. Perhaps he will find the season. What am I doing exactly? So I am writing a petition to the beach crow to bring about Numa. And again, this is one of those not guaranteed things, but basically because Numa is the season that winds up letting me improve some of my skills, I want to try and bring that as often as I can. That's specifically what I'm doing. And there are 3 different hours that you can petition for Numa, but I don't have sufficient moon for the other one, so... how much longer do we have? Okay. I'm going to get that occult scrap now. The other thing I'm doing is... Oh dear. I messed this one up good. I forgot to put the moon... skill in. I don't think there's any way I can get this up to 10, so I think I'm just going to let it cycle through. So relevant furniture and soul, but again, there's no way that that's going to get to the level that it needs to, so... Nothing's history when it first happens. I don't need to listen to everything Reverend Timothy says. He doesn't even really expect me to, but I'm often glad when I do. That was very silly of me in terms of the... Alright, the design is complete. To travel via the way of the lower skies, it must be sanctified by the proper seal, by one charged with the delivery of messages of import. So now that I have my petition, we'll take that over to the... take that over to the post office. The postmistress keeps the gate to the wider world. In her left hand is the lightning, which is to say the telegraph, and in her right the thunder, which is to say the only telephone in Brandkrug. Before her lies the cash register, which accepteth the greater currency and returneth its lesser children. Patience, thus the mountain awaits the fall of the snow, thus Monday awaits the death of the weekend, thus the postmistress waits for me to purchase the necessary stamp. So in this case it needs tally. Postmistress might have a suitable seal to consign this to the way of the lower skies. The cost is 1 tin spintria. By a courier of the lower skies. All right, I'm gonna keep this in the slots. This will I'm not gonna have this done in time, but Numa cannot be bidden, but now and then it has been successfully petitioned. The postmistress accepts the message, weighs the spintria, finds them both sufficient. I guarantee nothing, she tells me. Okay, and if it's already night, we'll just wait for the morning to see the 3 and the 3. So, yeah, my big plan for today was to read the different versions of the 3 and 3, but I need to wait for... Actually, you know what? It doesn't really matter what time I do it, because I'm always going to have the tryst down, so we might as well start now. Am I a complete moron? I just did the same mistake. I know why I'm doing it. It's because I'm reading books instead of studying them, but that's going to cost me time again. It's kind of one of the reasons why I wanted to wrap up the stream. I'm obviously getting a bit distracted, but... So the funny thing is, this is actually not a bad little combination. This is one of the better collections of moon that I could get, because clouds have moon, and soul has moon. But again, trying to go from 1 to 10, like there's just no way I'm getting 9 moon off of these random events. The only thing I'm really losing is the reason why I wanted to buy the book from Oriflammes in the first place is that this will give me memories. And so assuming that it's a memory that I can use to improve something that I'm going to use for during Numa, or that I want to commit to the tree. I want that kind of sooner rather than later. Okay, here we go. The Tan's desk. I'm going to add Sickle and Eclipse for... Oh. Ah, that's right. So, reading room desk is probably most appropriate. There we have it. All right, moon culmination. I can master this mystery. Enough moon to match the mystery moon. And again, I'm sorry I'm not really doing a whole lot other than just fast forwarding right now, but I did specifically want to compare these different texts. So I kind of abandoned my my investigation into the dwarfs, but we will pick it up somewhat soon. Oh yes, I said I was also going to do an order, so let's get that out of the way. We'll use Perunculate at Caller's desk. No paper, huh? I could have sworn... Oh, here we are. I'm going to order a lot of these. Scratch tiny symbols on the flimsy form. I think we finished reading the books as well. Not quite yet. I think that's 4. Yeah. Reverend Timothy is always happy to chat, and we should be ready to read... Yes, all right, so we're going to do this from newest to oldest. Yeah, no worries, nearly logical. The only thing is, like, so I'm slightly sensitive on it just because the epic one in particular really... really attracted a very intensely like I had somebody who like gave me a lecture playing Industries of Titan because it was the early access was an Epic exclusive. But on the other hand, I did also spend quite a bit of time earlier in the stream kind of talking about writing an article and then having people sort of criticize it for what they brought to the article, not the article itself. And so I think it is equally important to, make sure that I'm not, I'm not falling into those same traps myself. So again, I'm not too, like, I don't, I'm slightly conflict adverse just simply because I tend to find that people have a default mode of just being really and it's unpleasant. But on the other hand, I do, much like you, I think it's nice to sort of have some back and forth and go through things. But no, the biggest thing for me is just I don't you made a perfectly reasonable point that I was sort of talking about something which was beside what you were saying rather than what you actually did. And I think it's important to hold myself to account for that and apologize when I do it wrong. So But on the other hand, too, like I'm happy that I didn't hurt your feelings otherwise. So yeah, it's that's all where that's coming from. But I appreciate you putting my mind at ease nonetheless. All right, let us finally read the Karashim manuscript of the 3 and 3, which you'll notice has the Curia symbol on it. A more recent version of a much older text, this book describes the operations of the Chancel and the Calyptra, two triads of hours with subtle, far-reaching powers and responsibilities. It has been heavily censored, but even so contains potent secrets. Yeah, that is fair. As much as I can, I try not to... like, this is one thing... The thing I feel the worst about for games is that, everybody's human, right? Like, there's a natural response that you can have. Oh yeah, I never did tell the story, the homework assignment thing. I had a riff off of something that Selphé was talking about before, but that thread is long gone. I won't worry too much about it now. But Selphé, let me know if you want to hear it, and I'll bring it back. But yeah, like, if you run into something in a game and it frustrates you or it doesn't seem to be working, it is very natural for your first instinct to be, oh, this is bugged, or what the hell is wrong with this game? Or like just basically express something that is some variation, of varying degrees of intensity and, let's just be honest here, rudeness, with regards to the abilities of the game designer. And very rarely is it actually... a faulty... I mean, sometimes there are games that have a very impenetrable approach to it, but oftentimes it's a misunderstanding. And what people like to label as bugs are not necessarily bugs. So for my own part, I try as much as I can not to diagnose bugs on stream. Like, if something doesn't work, there can be lots of reasons why that doesn't work. And I don't... there's not some sort of omerta, for games like Book of Hours to never discuss things that seem to be going wrong. But I'm also reluctant to, like, again, it's just one of these things where it's best, as you say, nearly logical, it's nice to think your way through. Like, I'm not big enough to expect that, like, lots of developers are coming and watching my stuff. I do know that some developers have come in and watched what I'm doing. And I would feel actually quite bad if someone who had worked on a game came in and saw me sort of treating the game unfairly. And so that's it's a good reflex to earn, even if you are a broadcaster. But as you say, there's real time, which is can sometimes cause you to say foolish things. So Selphé, could you remind me of this? There's a story that you told in your stream yesterday about a prof who was grading an assignment, and I couldn't remember if it was that the student had written the continent of Australia and the criticism was that Australia was a country, or if it was the other way around, that Australia was a country and it's a continent or not. I suppose it doesn't matter which one it was. Okay, so why... Okay, now I'm actually trying to remember why I brought this up. If you'll allow... Yeah, no, just drop it in chat. There's no restriction. It should be like basically a time-based thing. Like, if you're like brand new to the channel and the first thing you're doing is dropping a link, there might be something, but you've been here long enough that if it causes problems, let me know. But anyways, I have had this experience of this, and it was actually a teacher I quite liked. So I enjoyed the course quite a bit, and I did very well, so it wasn't worth really disputing, because the comments on the essay were actually very, very positive. I think the only thing that they really... Oh, it's a Snopes article. My God. You also, I was wondering, I thought you maybe had run off because you didn't respond to the bait of me talking about my favorite country of Africa. But my God, okay. So did it? Well, we'll put. This is from Selphea. Did a professor flunk a student for correctly saying that Australia is a country? The essay was to compare U.S. policy to another country. She chose Australia as the other country. The prof originally failed her because Australia is a continent and not a country. That is ridiculous. What's true? A college student received a failing grade from an instructor who told her that Australia was a continent, not a country. The grade was for one assignment, later amended, and the university refunded the student for the cost of the course. A 27-year-old Idaho woman's run-in with a sociology professor who did not know that Australia was a country became fodder for a peasants playing World of Warcraft, everybody. Media coverage in February 2018. Ashley Arnold's trouble with her professor for an online course at Southern New Hampshire University first came to light when she asked the school for help in February the 2nd, 2018 Twitter post saying, "I'm failing a 300 level sociology professor." Ooh, jeez. I don't want to. There've been nasty econ profs too, but 300 levels usually, like, that's an upper level course. Like, you generally you put your better profs in those ones. At least that was my experience. I'm failing a 300 level college course because my professor thinks Australia isn't a country. Please help SNHU. Hashtag Australia is a country. Fair. Yeah, it's like, so when I started in university, there's like the better way I could probably put this would be like, when I'm doing mathematics, so there's like 100 level, and that's where you learn like usually differential calculus, and then like 101 would be integral calculus. So although I believe historically it was integral and then differential, and if you use Tom Apostol's textbook, that is how he teaches it. It's a really interesting way of doing calculus. And then you move up to 200 levels, and those are a bit more advanced. And it's not even necessarily that calculus is foundational to those courses, but there's still sort of like, you're learning the basics. You're doing that transition from sort of high school up to university level. And so I think what you'd usually see around the 200 level would be something like a like linear algebra course or matrix algebra course, where you're starting to kind of get into the type of math which is a lot more about relationships and rules, and it's a lot more about sort of logic and proving things rather than like grinding out equations, which you've been doing for the past 12 or 13 years. And then once you get to 300, I think one of my math proofs courses was 200 level, and it was intended to be sort of the prerequisite for 300, which is real analysis. And that's the one that like everybody's super scared by. So like real analysis is where if you've done calculus and if you ever had to do that like epsilon delta thing where like, you find the limit and you come up with like the precise definition of a limit. And usually what happens if you're in a 100 level course, or even like the 200 level, like Calc 3, what will often happen is that like if you have a good prof, they'll mention it, and like you'll maybe have a little bit of a unit on it, but it won't be like, they'll usually say this won't be on the exam. It's like if you do advanced, like if you go higher in math, you're going to need to know this. But like the thing is, it's math, right? You can't just wing it. You have to have precise definitions for everything. So yeah, that's kind of how to think about it. Sophia. But like real analysis is the one where like if you want a limit, you need to come up with a precise definition of what it means. And so it's like, you can say, well, I can define an arbitrarily small number, and I can guarantee you that, the further and further you go, it's always going to be below this certain number here, or something like that. And the thing is, like, the two real analysis books that I'm sure I have more than that, but like I've got Walter Rudin's real analysis book, which is like the one that everybody's like, oh, it's so brilliant. But then, people kind of go around. It's like, it's okay. Here's a couple of things where it's not so good. But But yeah, I have all of Rudin's books, but like Papa and Grandpa Rudin are definitely more advanced than what I can handle. But I do have them. And then there's a pretty good series that Princeton University Press does. So the first one that they did was the Calculus Lifesaver, and the Calculus Lifesaver could possibly be larger than your calculus textbook. It is a very, very big companion book to calculus, designed very specifically for the fact that calculus is kind of like one of those courses where they start weeding people out. I mean, it's first year, but like they weed people out. So it's like, you want to be a physics major, huh? Well, how good are you at math? And we're gonna like make it at a 6 a.m. And like I said, my Calc 3 average after the second midterm was like 20%. Again, there's always the one student who's like 90%, even with that brutal second midterm. Actually, I think even the final had like the median, maybe not the average, was I'd learned that in CPSC 221, which is a discrete math course in disguise. Anyways, yeah. But yeah, so the Calculus Lifesaver used to be the only one in that series, but it was a popular enough book that they did a couple of companion ones. So there's a Probability Lifesaver, which is a really big one. And actually, if you like coding, the Probability Lifesaver is pretty good too, because it has, like, it does its worked examples in multiple languages. So like it has a Mathematica part, it has I guess it's Wolfram language now or whatever, because God forbid Stephen Wolfram not put his name on something. But no, sorry, Sophie, I gotta catch up to the thing. I'm just reliving my apparently I peaked in college and I can't stop talking about it. But yeah, I know there's some math lovers in chat. So the Real Analysis book, I've got Rudin. I actually had to order it twice because they sent me a Complex Analysis book because it looked almost identical, and they refused to refund me. And I'm like, this looks fun. So, but then I ordered Rudin and finally got it. And then in addition to the Calculus Lifesaver and the Probability Lifesaver, they have the Real Analysis Lifesaver, which is not just intended to be a real analysis companion text, but it is actually a specific companion to Rudin. And frustratingly, it is also the thinnest of the series. So apparently, real analysis people just like writing really skinny textbooks. Also, for the math lovers among you, if you don't know, Sheldon Axler's wonderful linear algebra textbook called Linear Algebra Done Right has just recently got a fourth edition, and it is it's an open access textbook now. So if you go to his website, in addition to his YouTube lectures, you can actually get the full Springer textbook of Linear Algebra Done Right, fourth edition, and it is a legal free copy. I like that book enough that I bought myself a physical copy. The only thing is, if it's your first exposure to linear algebra, you might want to read another book before. It is definitely intended to be one that you read when you're already familiar with the concepts. So if you're looking for a first exposure to linear algebra, and this, people look at me like I'm weird when I say this, The Schaum's Guide to Linear Algebra by Seymour Lipschutz is actually a very good book. It definitely holds its own to textbooks. I know like everybody really likes Gilbert Strang's lecture course, and it's fine. He's actually a really good presenter, and if you like video lectures, that's good. But you have to buy his textbook if you want his textbook. The Schaum's Guide is quite inexpensive, and it's a very good linear algebra textbook, and an actual really good mathematician, Ed Perkins, who's like a fellow of the Royal Society, recommended that as a good like linear algebra book. Maybe like not a first textbook or whatever. The context of that conversation was a bit different, but like that's not just me saying that. That is actually someone who really knows his stuff recommending that one. So the Schaum's Guides, I think, punch above their weight. So, but yeah, no, for those of you that like mathy stuff, and particularly, like, I feel like linear algebra is one that they never really make you take unless you're doing a more quantitative set of classes. like linear algebra probably is more practically useful to most of the stuff that I personally wind up doing. And like, if you want to get into game, like optimization is a thing. Like, and I guess if you like, the way I made sense of like big O notation originally was just think about like taking the limit and things like that. So it's not that calculus is useless, but I definitely found a lot of the computing stuff that I've needed to do, and unquestionably all the econ stuff that I do, has a lot more to do with the stuff that I learned in my linear algebra courses. And I'm assuming that if you're doing gaming things, being able to manipulate vectors, understanding here's a transformation matrix, this is what it's doing to this thing. I have to assume that is probably a lot more useful. I'm not saying that there are no optimization problems, but I don't really know if you're going to be using the stuff that you learn in 101 and 102 as much. Anyways, I'm sorry. 300 level college course. Arnold later told news outlets she ran afoul of the instructor, whom she did not identify, in order to avoid subjecting her to backlash when she handed in a project for the final course she needed to complete her sociology degree. The university would not comment on Arnold's grades, citing privacy regulations, but Arnold said when she received a failing grade on the assignment, comparing social media use between the US and another country, the instructor explained, "Australia is a continent, it is not a country. The error made it nearly impossible for you to accurately complete your week 2 research outline correctly," which is ridiculous, by the way. Calculus has the unfortunate side effect of causing students to think math is about numbers. I think you've quoted that before, but that is a wonderful way of putting it. The instructor reportedly agreed to do independent research on the matter after Arnold referred her to a section of the Australian government's website called About Australia that said Australia is an island continent and the world's 6th largest country. 7,680,000. This is pretty small for 7,682,300 square kilometers. The instructor later replaced Arnold's failing grade with a B+. However, the professor reportedly warned her to make sure the date, the facts, and the information you provide in your report about Australia, the country, is about Australia, the country, and not Australia, the continent. I am pretty sure this was not a problem for the student. A spokesperson for the university told us, "We deeply regret the interaction between our professor and our student and have apologized to the student and refunded her for the class. Following an investigation, we have replaced the instructor as we strive to adhere to the highest standards of integrity and accuracy in educating our students. To our friends and colleagues in Australia, we know that you are a country and a continent. Best of luck in the Olympic Games." We also contacted Arnold seeking comment, but we have not heard back from her at press time. Okay, so here's the one thing. The idea of the professor being replaced, like, I don't know if this means that the professor got sacked or not. I'm thinking that there's maybe a little bit more that they can do. So here's the thing, right? Like, there may be other contexts under which that failing was assigned. So, there are absolutely cases where there will be courses where you are expected to have a certain average, and if the class is above that average, people will be scaled down. That happened at UBC in their geography classes recently, and people were pissed. I have only ever seen grades scaled up, but I'm not going to lie, I took a pretty hard course of courses. So, I was taking the kinds of courses where, like, people are literally crying during the midterm when they see what the questions are. So, that was never going to be a problem in the types of courses that I was taking. No, I mean, again, you don't flunk people to make a point, but like the thing is, there may be some more context to this. It is ignorant of the sociology professor, and the idea that they need to kind of have some like back and forth, I do think is something where the instructor does need to like get a grip. But I don't know, like sacking a professor over a failing like that when it was something that was ultimately corrected. I don't know, like it kind of feels like the teacher version of like flunking someone for a mistake, like Now, again, it could also be that the prof has done other stuff before, or it could just mean that they're replaced from the 300 level, they're teaching something else. But the thing is that it's really hard to get a job, particularly sociology, which like there's going to be more grads than postings. So even if you were like a rock star sociology PhD, it is possible that you are just going to be a sessional lecturer for a very large part of your career. I don't want somebody to be like on the breadlines for a very regrettable, but the sort of thing that you can like come back from and learn. So, but yeah, the thing that actually really pissed me off about this was the quote of warned you, make sure the date, the facts, and the information you provide in your report is about Australia, the country, and not Australia, the continent. Because as Selfie says, there is literally no separation between the continent and the country, at least for the purposes of social media use in Australia. I don't know if there are deeper distinctions that someone would make. And this feels like it's just about saving face. It's like, be really, really careful. You know what you're talking about with Australia. Because I just found out that it's multidimensional. No. But that's a shame. So the version I have of this is not nearly as bad as that, but like it was an English assignment, and I loved that English course. It was the medieval period to Restoration, or just before the Restoration. So we did Norton Anthology of English Literature, volumes A and B. I'm reading those right now, actually. So we did like Beowulf and Western Wind, and we never had to do Dream of the Rood, but I really like Dream of the Rood. I don't know if it's Gawain or Gawain. I think it's Sir Gawain and the Green Knight. I liked that story as a kid, but I really liked reading the original. That was whatever translated version they had. That was great. I really, really enjoyed that one. We did a little Chaucer, but I did Chaucer in high school, so I think probably everybody did Chaucer in high school, so they sort of skipped over that a little bit. Anyway, the last work we did was Paradise Lost, and I really, really, really like Paradise Lost. So not only did I, really jump into the assignment, like I signed out every book that I could find. Not only did I sign out every book from the school library for Paradise Lost. This wasn't at UBC. I was upgrading in a college, but I went to the local library in the city I lived in, and then libraries in 2 other municipalities that still let me have a library card. I also took all of their books on Milton, and I really went into that thing. And I remember what it was, and I should probably see, so the thing is, I loved writing that, but I should probably reread Paradise Lost and see if I was just not completely making things up on this. I feel like it works, but for those of you that have read Paradise Lost, the essay that I wrote was something that, it was just one of those moments where you go from English assignments being oh God, this is some horrible puzzle where they're trying to get me to decode the meaning from the author, and this is so awful. I don't know what to do with this. I haven't found the cipher to oh man, I'm finding out something about this poem that I've never read before, or this that I never noticed before. So there's a lot of people who kind of talk about the characterization of Satan. This was one of the topics that we were allowed to write on. It's the characterization of Satan. And a lot of people put a lot of weight on the first part of Paradise Lost and Satan. And I think there's 2 reasons for this. Number 1, holy crap, he gets all of the best lines, right? Better to rule in hell than serve in heaven. And, the mind is its own place, can make a heaven of hell, a hell of heaven. It's all great stuff. But the other thing that I think is relevant here is not only do they get all the bangers, but it's also the first part of a very long book. So if you're someone who doesn't want to read the book the whole way through, you can talk a whole lot about Satan in the first part, and there's enough to talk about that you don't really need to worry about the rest of the book.
But what I kind of the thing that I kind of did in terms of characterization of Satan in Paradise Lost, the kind of point of the essay that I wound up writing was I seem to notice that throughout the poem, Satan loses his rhetorical gifts, and more of it is eventually given to mankind, like to Adam. And this is also kind of reflected in his transformations in different forms. So I kind of talk about, the different transformations, the loss of his rhetorical capacity, and I talk about the transformations. And so I said, ultimately, I think as something finally as a bird, which was just a short, like, kind of pithy way of referring to specifically he becomes a cormorant. To which there was a note, which, the instructor says he's transformed to a cormorant. And I'm like, but a cormorant's a bird, unless I'm wrong. But I'm like, it has wings. I realize that it's an aquatic bird, but like a duck is still a bird. So that was my version of Australia as a country / continent, whereas like cormorants are birds. I could have written cormorant, but yeah, anyways, no, but again, like the prof was very, 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 very positive on the essay as a whole. Like if that's there was one thing about like maybe spacing my paragraphs out a little bit more because it was a very, very dense essay. And I think that was a fair one because I thought there was a limit on the number of paragraphs I could have. So I tried to smash them all together. But I really enjoyed doing that because one, I like rhetoric. Number two, I picked up on something I didn't notice in Paradise Lost before, and I just got to I got to express myself in the writing in addition to doing a class. So, but the story you shared, Selphea, was better. So, and sorry for those of you who don't like literature, although why you are here for Book of Hours is totally beyond me. The Three and the Three, Karashim manuscript, a more recent version of a much older text. This book describes the operations of the Chancel and the Calyptra, two triads of hours with subtle, far-reaching powers and responsibilities. It has been heavily censored, but even so contains potent secrets. The deepest knowledge is safeguarded by the covenant of the Watchman's Tree, whose patrons are Calyptra, the three flowers on the Watchman's Tree, blood, soot, and snow. Blood red, soot black, snow white. Calyptra may be known as night, dawn, eclipse. The chancel may be known as threshold, mirror, shell. Calyptra and chancel then are two, as Janus a third. All right, I'm going to need to... This is going to be one of these things where I sit back and... just going to be sitting in my apartment with all the lights off, sitting in this meditating on Calyptra. So I'm absolutely writing this down. It is interesting. We have this idea of soot too, because of course you talk about fire, so there could be a fun little twist. But I'm trying to think how I would make blood and snow fit with the others. Need to find a math game you can play. Zachtronics. Basically every Zachtronics game. I really like Exapunks. I think it's because Exapunks, I find it's a little more natural to write like parallel solutions. So I feel a little more clever in that, whereas like TIS 100, it is possible to do like some. I guess they're properly parallel. If nothing else, they it's close enough. But I find that I don't naturally think of them except in like maybe one case, so I don't feel as clever when I do that. Calyptra may be known as night, dawn, eclipse. Okay. The chancel may be known. threshold. Mirror shell. I am seeing, so when we're seeing these references to thirds, I'm noticing a bit of a trend of associations with Janus and Snow. And I might just be pulling that out because of what I've been reading lately, but I want to get a bit of a... Oh, this is interesting. I did write an IOU for myself on Edicts Inviolable, but I think I've already committed this, so... Normally I would want to level up the Edicts Martial, but probably I should take a look at what I can level up that's in my... on my wish list. Okay, I'm going to want to think on that a little bit, but I also want to write down the 3 and the 3 Karashim manuscript, so just give me a second. Okay. So now we will read the Vatican manuscript, a church-authorized version of an older text. This book describes the chancel and the calyptra, two triads of hours with subtle, far-reaching powers and responsibilities. It has clearly been reworked to fit church doctrine. The deepest knowledge is forbidden to all mortals except those who seek it beneath the watchman's tree. It is Calyptra that planted that tree. But it is the chancel, the cruciate, that has elected Calyptra. Who then elected the cruciate? Or is this, as the saying goes, a matter of Janus? The sister in witch is cruciate, but the witch and sister is not. Even those powers that demand a conjunction are not always conjoined. When the sister is nowhere, does this mean nowhere sits in crucium? So I want to make a quick note of that here. And finally, the 3 and the 3, the St. Chiavi manuscript. This book describes the operations of the chancel and the calyptra, two triads of hours with subtle, far-reaching powers and responsibilities. Of all the extant versions, this one has best survived the interventions of the calyptra. Certain knowledge cannot be learnt by any entity below the rank of No, outside the covenant of the Watchman's Tree. The enforcement of this rule is Calyptra. The 3 who enforce it are Calyptra also. It is said that Janus elects Calyptra, that the chancel is the judgment of Janus, and that Janus is the wound in the law. The Watchman's Tree is a compromise. If Calyptra could end it, they would. If the Watchman could end Calyptra, he might. Between their planes conflicting, sparks illuminate the angles of unmade law. Newman, 3 rules. The hours are bound by their own edicts, even the chancel and the calyptra. That's why their deepest rules are secret. In certain histories, if we know those deepest rules, we know what even the chancel and the calyptra may not do. Any librarian can use this to establish a history and complete the game, but the revolutionary can win a particular victory. I don't know if there's any more texts on the 3, but man, do I want to know more about this. You should make a game that works like ransomware, but can be unblocked by solving a math problem. You can make that an expansion for City Skylines. Okay. So I know there were a couple of like long rants, but I'll be honest, I was actually planning on like doing the 3 hours and then calling it. So I feel like I've kind of balanced it out in terms of the time that I took. So I will actually, before I go, I'll talk a little bit about the future plans. So we have already sent off the request for, or the petition for Numa, and I'm hoping that that comes through. One of the things I'm going to think about for the next little while is my edicts inviolable. So there are, excuse me. There's a couple of things I'm thinking of here. So basically, in my wish list for skills, I actually seem to have an outdated version here. Okay, that's a bit of a worry. I'm going to take a minute and just make sure that these are where they need to be. I know my notes are correct, but... Okay, Strings and Songs is 4, Sky Stories is 5, Sand Stories is 5, and needs to be 7, I believe. Yes. And Sea Stories, okay, actually, Sea Stories is probably my best opportunity here, because Sea Stories is Moon. So if I can throw Edicts Inviolable at that to turn that into a 9, then I just don't need to worry about that when Numa comes. Obviously, when Numa comes, trying to get enough memories to make that happen is quite challenging. So that gives me a lot less to worry about. Now, Bells and Braziers is already up to 9, so I don't need to worry about that. Purifications and Exaltations or Anbury and Lapidary need to get to 7. And of course, neither of these fit Edicts Inviolable. Spices and Savors needs to be 5, but I think I already did that. Yep. Okay, so there's a kind of a good news, bad news thing here, I suppose. Oh no, hang on, Sand Stories. Yeah, this is really good, actually. Okay, so what I can do, I can make Sea Stories up to level 9. So then that'll knock that off the list. Then I can make Sand Stories up to 6. Now I'll still need to push it up to 7, but that's obviously less work than what I was looking at. I'm only moving something up once, which means that I can focus my attention on 3 skills, or I guess it's a total of 4. So Sand Stories would get that 1 extra level, Anbury and Lapidary would get 1, and then Purifications and Exaltations would get 2, or the other way around. But that's definitely something that I can handle in a Numa. So I'm going to commit the Edicts Inviolable at the start of the next stream. As far as Discovery is concerned, so I'm happy that we got the 3 and the 3. I'm going to continue the journey through the Librarians of Hush House. So I'm kind of happy that we didn't get Harry's and have to pick up Van Loren later. I kind of want to see these 2 together. And then we'll be kind of pursuing the knowledge that we have in a few other locations. So I'm going to try where I can to sort of, follow up and see if there's anything, the Shaylong and the Chair of Challenges in the Violet Chamber. Basically just trying to get a bit of an idea in terms of where I might be finding some extra information about the setting. But I would expect that once Numa is done, We will have all of the skills where I want them to be. I'll probably even have them in even better places, but I'm not going to worry too much about. I want to get it so that everything can be committed. Everything else is just a nice bonus at that point. And I think where I would go after that would probably be level up the elements of the soul as high as I can. See what is possible in terms of the Newman. Basically, if I can, I'd like to fill in all of the gaps for at least the Twiceborn histories so that I can say, this is the one I want. I'm pretty sure I know what history I'm going for, but I'd be interested in seeing what some of the ones that I haven't explored yet are. And then at that point, it says it begins the end game. I don't know if there's a lot more that I need to do once I've written a history, but the expectation would be that I sort of move on and, wrap it up. And then at that point, I will take a bit of time away from Book of Hours just so we can play some of the other games. That will also include Cyberpunk along with a couple of others. And then I'll get straight back to Book of Hours because I like this game a lot. But I figure, I have the YouTube channel for that. So I know some of you may prefer a little more variety than I've been doing lately. So sorry, it's the 12th. Anyways, I know this was a bit of a wonky stream. I hope you got something out of it. I'm assuming you wouldn't be here if you didn't, but I am sorry if it wasn't as good as it could have been. I will strive to do a bit better. Let me see who is online, see who I can host. There's a couple of good ones. Oh, thank you, Nearly Logical. There are a couple. I do want to take a minute here, though, and just make sure. Okay. No Book of Hours streamers. That, or if there are, that's 0. Maybe I should click on the...
Is this rest?
Okay, here's the deal. I'm curious about people's feelings on this. So, Katako is still doing Dark Souls 3, and I know I've hosted her a couple of times lately, and I know sometimes it's been near the end of her stream, so I don't know if anybody has a feeling on this. I did notice that there is someone streaming Cultist Simulator. Now, the only thing I'm a little worried about here is it looks like it's kind of like a frame inside of a frame inside of a frame. So I don't know if this is intentional or like if the only thing I'm worried about here is that I've had people where like they have not had a camera or a microphone, and like I've hosted them and they're sort of like, yeah, I could have these things, but I just haven't hooked them up. And it's like, okay, but I kind of wish I knew this ahead of time because obviously you're all here to watch something you're interested in. So are there any preferences between Katako currently doing Dark Souls 3, or we can host someone who's currently streaming Cultist Simulator? And again, it might be a little wonky. The one thing I will say is they are playing with a named character, so that's a nice thing. But I don't know. Are you okay going with something experimental, or do you want someone who I can sort of vouch for in terms of their qualities as a broadcaster? It looks like most of it is a firm. I don't have a strong feeling about this. So here's what I can do. I'm going to shout out Katako. So for those of you that have not had a chance to watch her, or for those of you who prefer prefer Dark Souls, you can go do that. I figure I would certainly like it if people give me a shot, even if it doesn't look like it's the, I'm a little worried, but I will try sending you off to Voided Alive. I figure it's... Oh, no, screw that. Follower-only chat? There's a reason where there's only one person watching. Okay, no. I'm sorry. I have limits in terms of the sort of thing that I'll host to. All right, fair enough. I'm sending you all off to Catico. Sorry to Haver about this. But yeah, no, I mean, I'm not saying people can't have follow only, but I'm not sending a chat so that they can sit in silence when they don't know what's going on. Please enjoy Catico, and another Australian streamer currently trying to do a Soul Level 1 battle against Sister Freda and Daddy A. I don't think that's the actual character's name, but anyways, Catico is really putting a lot of effort into this fight. So please take care. I'll be back on Monday, probably with more Book of Hours. Only thing to keep in mind is that next Wednesday will likely be the local game dev meetup. So I'll be streaming Monday. I'll likely be streaming Friday, but Wednesday I probably won't be around. And I'm happy I did the extra stream on Tuesday, but I definitely felt the consequences for it. So I'm likely not going to do a makeup stream for it. Anyways, enjoy Catico. Have a good night. Enjoy your weekend, and we'll see you soon. Bye.